use what? And do you have how many? And do you use different things for different models for different questions? What should I be using?
Oh, this is a good question. I use ChatGPT intermittently because it's sort of a professional obligation at this point, Joe, I would say. Not that I use it for Wired work, but just I'm constantly testing these things.
No one's saying that. No. But do you pay? Do you pay? Sorkin has the one where you pay and it remembers every. See, I don't want a history of things I've.
It's Sorkin paying $200 per month. That's what I want to know.
On my browsers, I go to silent mode. I don't need any memory for.
I've used Google Gemini. I mean, I use, apparently I'm using Apple AI every time Siri summarizes my iMessages, but those are sometimes hilariously off key. So I would say that those are the three that I'm sort of rotating through at this point. But there are a lot of offerings out there now, and it's a really interesting race.
And it's so early, and it just boggles the mind what it's going to be like in a couple of years. Lauren Good from Wired, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Coming up, prime time. Amazon kicking off its annual summertime sales drive, which is now 4 days long. But are consumers getting any real bargains? Courtney Reagan's on the hunt. But first, check out Amazon and some of the other big box retailers that are joining in on the summer fun. Walmart, Target, and Costco. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
When pioneering investments build a better world. That's the PIF effect.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like a medical professional.
Or a skilled electrician.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, job's done well.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Order filled.
I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
Order submitted.
I'll take the omelet.
You got it, Liza.
We need the good eggs. Grab the Vital Farms.
Your omelet.
That's what I'm talking about.
Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts. FX is the bear. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Since 1955, Volvo has sold 5 million cars in the U.S. That's 5 million American drivers who made a commitment to safety. To continue that commitment, our starting price on new model year 2025 cars will remain unchanged.
The next legendary big league is here. Athletes Unlimited Softball League. The best players on the game's biggest stage. This is legendary. AUSL on the networks of ESPN.
A call on some big financial names this morning. HSBC is downgrading Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan, setting a more cautious stance over what the analyst calls a still choppy macroeconomic backdrop. BAC goes from a buy to a hold, though HSBC is raising the price target to 51 from 47. Goldman Sachs cut to reduce from hold. Its price target also raised to 627 from 558. And JP Morgan downgraded from a hold to a reduce, with the price target increase to 259 from 237. All three, by the way, hit new highs in Thursday's session. Amazon Prime Days have arrived, and consumers will be hunting for bargains, but will they find any? Courtney Reagan joins us now with more. Court.
Sort of the question everybody always asks, right? I mean, how good are the Prime Day discounts? And like usual, it's sort of hard for me to tell you that exactly for a variety of reasons. But this year, it's actually a little bit harder because of the possible tariff influence. Makes it murkier. But here's what we know. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy told our Jim Cramer that prices have not gone up appreciably due to tariffs going into Prime Day. However, several outside pricing analyses suggest that's not true for every item. Commerce IQ says an analysis of 57,000 SKUs on Amazon shows the average selling price increased 2.3% in May from April. So on average, maybe that isn't necessarily what you would call a, quote, appreciable increase. But Commerce IQ says while value brand pricing is mostly flat, so lower priced items, upper priced products show prices have increased between 5 and 15%. Now, a data weave pricing analysis of more than 1,400 items made in China sold on Amazon from January to mid-June found the median price increased on 475 items, 633 were unchanged, and 299 actually saw prices fall. Now, this is according to Reuters. Overall, the median prices did outpace inflation, increasing 2.6%, with prices increasing more sharply in May and June, particularly in home and furniture and electronics. Now, Coresight's Deb Weinswig says Amazon typically asks sellers to offer at least 20% to participate in Prime Day. But if that's on an item with, call it a recent price increase like we just talked about of maybe 15%, is 20% then that great of a discount? Amazon says it's confident in its deals and its focus remains on delivering value to customers as the trade landscape may be changing. Beyond pricing, inventory, though, that's another key thing we want to watch because retail experts want to know how willing and able some brands, maybe even smaller ones, are to stock inventory to fulfill Prime Day demand, particularly because they would have to do so in advance if it's something that's manufactured in a country subject to high tariffs. If it doesn't sell, they're going to get stuck with this item that cost them maybe potentially more than last year. So there's a lot of fluctuating factors going into this year's event.
So for a good to be considered part of the Prime Day event, it just has to go down in price by 20%, but it could have raised price by 20%. So in the end, up 20, down 20, you're actually higher than the original price anyway.
Exactly. That's kind of the tricky part. Now, you know, Amazon doesn't really give
Order
like hard and fast
filled.
rules when we talk to them, but generally experts say, look, you need to be about 20% to be a Prime Day product that gets sort of any featured or algorithm push. But again, to your point, if you've just recently raised prices, 20% really that good? So it's like I would tell everyone all the time, do you think the price is good? If it is, then buy it. I know that's not the most helpful advice, but it's sort of true, right?
Yeah. Target, Walmart, all of them are matching or trying to compete also. How much pressure does it put on, you know, like a Target, for instance?
Yeah. So I think obviously Amazon started this deal, the Prime Day event deal 10 years ago. It was in 2015. And they did it to celebrate their beginning, their anniversary. That's what they say. But many retail experts say, look, they also did it to sort of jazz up shopping during an otherwise pretty quiet period. And it has worked to pull some back to school sales forward, I think. Other retailers, like often happens with these events, feels like, well, I can't be the only one not offering it. So everybody gloms on. And shoppers have gotten much savvier about that. I think most of us, if we're looking for something, we'll check around and make sure the deal is the best. Now, Amazon probably has the most sophisticated dynamic pricing algorithm. So I think sometimes if it is an identical item, it will be very hard to beat an Amazon price on one of these big event days, but it can happen, particularly if the item is not identical. But when you look at, you know, companies like eMarketer that study online pricing, they say Amazon still is going to take probably 75% of all U.S. online e-commerce during this 4-day event. And by the way, it's 4 days this year instead of 2.
For Target, we've recently seen the stock perk up a little bit. And so when I was asking at Target, I was just wondering what sort of pressure this, if they're forced to sort of cut price and offer incentives, Could that put additional pressure on margins, but, you know, actually maybe draw people back?
Right. That's such a tricky one because I think Target in particular has really struggled with its merchandise, both with sort of the types of merchandise it has, the amount of inventory, and then how it's priced. And so, well, not at Target, at Walmart, but Doug McMillan always talks about sort of that's sort of the key of a merchant, right? You have to figure out if you can drive more volume, then maybe you can afford to drop that price lower. But unfortunately, Target's sort of equation has not been so perfect for that more recently.
You are really fast money.
What?
Just really short term. It's a month. It's perked up. It's down from.
Well, a month.
It's down from 260.
A turnaround has to start from somewhere.
It's down from 260. It's at
I understand that.
Walmart's up from.
But if you bought it a month ago, you're happy with that bounce.
That's right.
Does that look like a stock that's doing a little bit better to you right there?
Well, on the longer-term chart is hard to see the more recent trend, of course.
You are finding the silver lining.
I wasn't saying.
Thank goodness she's here, right?
No, I know you're not. But I heard you, and I just decided I'm going to look to see if because I knew how poorly it had been doing, and I looked to try and I see it. Teeny weeny little on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Go woke, you go broke, baby. That's simple. Coming up, thank you. A closer look at CoreWeave's strategy and the major energy boost that the AI and cloud company is getting with its acquisition of Core Scientific. CoreWeave. Those two deserve to be together, didn't they? CoreWeave, two cores. Shares up more than 300% since going public on March 28th. Squawk Box coming right back.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
With 4imprint, you get more than promo products. You get the certainty of personal service, design expertise, and unmatched quality to make your moment shine. Be 4imprint certain at 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain. Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. So call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
AI and cloud infrastructure company CoreWeave is acquiring data center company Core Scientific in a deal valued at roughly $9 billion. CoreWeave CEO talked to Jim Cramer on Mad Money last night about the deal.
We really know the team over there. They really know us. There's a lot of synergy between them, the two entities, and there's a lot of positive goodness to be extracted from just the interaction of these two entities.
Joining us now is an analyst who covers the company, Gil Loria, head of technology research at D.A. Davidson. Gil, great to see you. You think that this is yet another way that CoreWeave is financially engineering their results? Can you explain?
Yeah, CoreWeave is already buying all of Core Scientific's capacity. All they're doing here really is ensuring that Core Scientific doesn't turn around and give its capacity to somebody else, and they're really giving away 10% of the company to accomplish this. Core Scientific doesn't make any money. They lost money last year. They had negative cash flow, so adding them doesn't really add any profits to CoreWeave. And really, there's no, since the companies are in different businesses, there's not really a lot of synergy to derive there. So what they're really doing is they're spending their very expensive capital, their very expensive value of their shares in order to secure those energy contracts. Those are the key right now. We are going to run out of energy for data centers pretty soon. And so securing those contracts is really the motivation behind this deal.
Isn't that, I mean, that sounds like a smart thing then, Gil. I'm not, I mean, I get your points, but I mean, in terms of making sure that you have the energy necessary to grow the business, that sounds like a savvy acquisition.
It is a savvy acquisition. Again, they're using a very expensive stock to secure energy and energy resources, and that is a savvy transaction. But again, it doesn't add to the profitability, and it doesn't change the unit economics of CoreWeave are negative. This is a company that borrows at 12.5% and only generates 5% returns on those assets that it is borrowing for. That would be like taking a 12.5% margin loan to buy treasuries yielding 5%. It doesn't matter how much you scale that. That's not a good business.
Right. Do you believe in the projections for cost savings? You know, the CEO is talking about it's like not paying rent for the next 15 years and the ability to access financing at a cheaper rate.
No, not really. Again, they're in a different business. CoreWeave is in the business of brokering deals to buy GPUs to put in a data center. Core Scientific is in the business of buying the land and building the buildings for a data center. Again, they've been a sole supplier to CoreWeave, so they've already been providing all those services. There's not really anything to cut out. And again, Core Scientific lost money. So all we're doing here is Core Scientific took $1.05 of expenses, sold them to CoreWeave for $1, who turned around and sold that $1 for $1.05. All we're doing here is collapsing $1.05 expenses with $1.05 of revenue. Still not a value generative enterprise.
Does this make Bitcoin miners in general more valuable? That was Core Scientific's business. It's not as attractive to mine Bitcoin anymore. I'm just wondering what that does to valuations, what this deal does.
Yes, it does make the Bitcoin miners more valuable because the business of mining Bitcoin, let's not forget, is entirely competitive, right? You're competing with anybody else that has that equipment anywhere in the world. The returns for that are very cyclical based on crypto winters and summers. Where AI, there's just such an explosion of demand that the value of that power that you can get into that data center, the value of a building that has access to that power is far greater than the value when used for mining Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency. That does make anybody that has those types of facilities more valuable. And Core Scientific got an amazing price for a company that was bankrupt less than 2 years ago, because of this unique value, the scarcity value of having data center operations next to an existing power source.
So are you expecting more deals along these lines in this AI space? I mean, should we sort of broaden our view of what is for sale in AI and what is an attractive asset?
Yes, I do believe that we will see some of these other Bitcoin miners either convert to building AI data centers themselves, just like CoreWeave did a few years ago, or sell to your big hyperscalers, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, or companies like CoreWeave or other that are running out of data center capacity to that has power contracts. So I do expect that that will continue to happen.
All right. Interesting stuff. Gil, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gil Luria.
It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, almost, and you are watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Melissa Lee. Becky and Andrew are off today. Among some of the top stories, President Trump announcing blanket tariffs on imports from at least 14 countries. Those tariffs would kick in starting August 1st, unless a deal is struck with the White House before then. The rates range from 25% for larger trading partners like Japan and South Korea to 40% on the high end for countries including Laos and Myanmar. And along with a trash strike in Philadelphia, Waymo says it will start testing its self-driving vehicles in that city of brotherly love this summer. With safety drivers behind the wheel at the same time. It's the company's latest expansion after announcing plans to test cars in New York City. And Elon Musk's xAI is set to release the latest version of its AI chatbot, Grok. Musk posted on X that Grok 4 would be released tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
Let's talk markets now. Kate Moore is Chief Investment Officer at Citi Wealth. Kate, welcome to the show. Good to see you.
Yeah, good morning.
Where do you stand on the rally here? Sitting pretty much at record highs for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500.
Yeah, so I've been saying I've been pretty uncomfortable with the rally, in part because a lot of it has not been driven by fundamentals. We know against the backdrop of this rally, there's been a decline in terms of earnings expectations. We've continued to take down estimates for this year. And the key thing that I'm focused on is that the uncertainty factor hasn't faded. This is still coming up in CEO and CFO surveys, some of the soft data that we've all been tracking. We don't really have a great sense for what the next 6 months look like for one's own company operations or for the overall economy. So we're grinding higher on a lot of hopes and enthusiasm and expectations that the Trump administration will keep on backing off some of the most punitive measures, particularly around tariffs. But I don't know if that's a great investment strategy. I think we have to stay really anchored in high quality and consistent earners.
In your view, what sectors are those? Because a lot of those sectors are also at record highs. I mean, financials are at record highs. Industrials are as well. Tech is strong. I mean, what is, quote unquote, safe? What is defensive in this market where you're uncomfortable?
Yeah, so this is part of the reason why I'm uncomfortable, because the high quality stuff, the companies, the sectors, the industries that have sustainable earnings that we think will be less sensitive to some of the pain and pressure from tariffs, will be able to either pass through prices or have a lot of margin buffer, are really being priced to perfection. And, at this point, tech and AI, which I think we all understand is a durable theme and where companies will continue to have to spend in this space, regardless of what happens to overall economic growth, is very well owned by all segments of the investment community, by institutional investors, by individual investors. And as such, it's tough to say put new money to work there. That said, we would not be selling our positions in the tech and AI adjacent names. The one area that
I think I was giving you a hard time last time you were on about the stuff that was making you so bearish was so front and center. So it's still front and center. I don't know whether you missed this latest 25% or whatever it is. Maybe you held some of it. But what is your position now? That we're not going any higher at this point?
Well, Joe, I think we're at a top end of a comfortable range at this point until we get the clarity. For what it's worth, yeah, I've been uncomfortable for much of this rally because of the lack of clarity and because it's not based on either macro or on fundamentals. That said, at Citi, we did not go underweight equities. In fact, over the course of this, we continued to rotate into the large cap, into these high quality, and to really stay anchored in these secular themes. So, even with my discomfort, I didn't want to step away from the equity market. So we have continued to be market weight in terms of equity.
In general, if I'm comfortable, I'm selling. If I'm complacent, I would be selling. And lack of clarity. Have there been times in your career where things were really clear for you in the stock market?
Well, of course, there were times where I felt I had more clarity, Joe, than I do today. But There were certainly times where I have reduced risk because, on balance, I didn't have any sense for what the next 3 or 6 months would hold. My job here at City Wealth, though, is to think not just over the next 3 to 6 months, but what could be the next 6 to 12 months. So a longer duration than I've invested in parts of my career. But look, Joe, you know this as well as I do. If there was perfect clarity on anything, that those of us who were making investment decisions may not have a job. The machines would have taken over. They would have just plugged in all of the inputs, the algorithms would have spit out an allocation, and that would be it. There's always some judgment, and there's always some degree of uncertainty. That's what makes us love markets so much. We're constantly learning.
Kate, I'm curious, the next 6 months or so, I would think that there's more resolution to what's going on with trade, that CEO optimism could be firmed up because of that resolution. We've got tax cuts that are extended at that, so we have the certainty of that. I mean, is that what the market is trading on? Because that seems, I understand the point about earnings, estimates and revisions downward, but that seems like those are fundamental things to trade on to back this rally.
I will say, as we think about 2026, there are additional themes that we could get more, encouraged by. One of them, of course, is in terms of CapEx. I don't think we're going to see a big pickup in CapEx in the second half of this year, in part because companies are still trying to understand what impact and what levels tariffs will come in at, whether or not they will be able to pass all or some or none of the costs on to their end consumers. But as we think about next year, some of the tax treatment for companies and some of the expensing, I think, will encourage spending across the board. And that could be a very powerful and new theme for investors.
What is the recommended allocation for investors at this point, Kate?
Yeah, so, our overall allocation is, as I was just mentioning when Joe was asking this question, we have been neutral, which is 60% equities, for us at this point. Again, more favored in kind of the large cap. We reduced our small cap allocation. We added a bit to Europe over the course of the last few months, which we think could be quite interesting from both a fundamental and also a policy easing perspective. And then very consensus, I would say, within our fixed income allocation, we've continued to anchor to the short end and just basically say we want to stay shorter duration. I think despite the fact that we will get more and more international investors reconsidering where they want to put their marginal dollar to work, that U.S. equities are still going to be the most attractive house on the equity street. I think it's going to be a more challenging conversation around bonds. And as I said, I think that's quite a consensus position for institutional and retail asset allocators.
Kate, thanks for your time. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Kate Moore. Coming up, a tax hike on college endowments, a breakdown of rates, who pays and who escapes. And then businesses and investors are hoping for some clarity on tariffs. Council of Economic Advisors Chair Stephen Myron will join us next to discuss goods prices, and inflation. Squawk Box will be right back.
AI Effect is sponsored by ServiceNow, putting AI to work for people.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively?
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, do you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. And on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Could I have agents?
Maybe.
Every morning, even before the markets open, I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and Public allows me to get a step ahead.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation and excellence in every pair. Available in multi-packs, Tommy John's breathable second skin underwear is even softer than cotton, with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. We've also crafted indulgently soft second skin sleepwear for luxurious evenings and mornings. Invest in your comfort worry-free. If you don't love your first purchase, we'll make it right. Because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com now for 20% off your first order.
All right, let me tell you about ambition. Too much is not enough. Don't just waste this life. Set the goal really high and go all out. And then you create another vision, and another vision, another vision. So that's being ambitious. This is what this all about.
55 Volvo has sold 5 million cars in the U.S. That's 5 million American drivers who made a commitment to safety. To continue that commitment, our starting price on new model year 2025 cars will remain unchanged.
This Friday, the summer of Superman begins.
Ow! Crypto, stop! Sit!
Rated PG-13, everywhere Friday.
Hey, get away!
Your guys' garage is on fire.
10 years ago, I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this.
We've got you on video.
And Ring alarm with professional monitoring.
Would you like us to request emergency services?
Yes. 10 years of reinventing home security and tens of millions of safer homes. Protect your home the way I do. Learn more at ring.com.
Top university endowments are being hit with an 8% tax, but it could have been worse. Robert Frank joins us now with the breakdown of who gets hit and who escapes. Robert.
It's good to see you. In fact, it could have been much worse. The tax on many university endowments will more than quadruple in the new tax plan. Universities currently pay a tax on their endowment of 1.4%. Now, the big bill creates 3 new tax rates based on the student-adjusted endowment. So that's the total endowment divided by the number of students. So schools with adjusted endowments of between $500,000 and $750,000, they will still pay that 1.4%. Those between $750,000 and $2 million pay 4%, and those above $2 million will pay 8%, much better than the 21% that had been proposed by the House. The elite group of 2 million plus includes, yeah, you guessed it, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, MIT, and Stanford. Princeton, in fact, has the highest adjusted endowment of $3.7 million per student. Harvard, which of course has the largest overall endowment at $53 billion, is just around the $2 million level per student. Now, the bill does exempt schools with fewer than 3,000 students. So even though Amherst, for instance, has an adjusted endowment of $1.9 million, its enrollment of 1,900 students will exempt it from this higher tax. In fact, they get a tax cut because they currently pay that 1.4%. Now, some schools that will pay the 4% tax include UPenn, Columbia, Dartmouth, Caltech, Notre Dame, and Vanderbilt. There was a discussion of exempting religious affiliated schools. So Notre Dame thought they were going to be in the clear in the House version. The Senate removed that exemption, so now Notre Dame will pay that 4%.
Do they do a mark to market? I mean, how do they?
I was going to ask that. How do they calculate
because
that?
Harvard is like
it goes up and down. It goes up and down.
Harvard is supposedly totally illiquid at this point. Have you heard that Ackman make?
It's not totally liquid. Typically, they have, as Melissa knows, about 40% in alternatives, which are marked, but no one believes the private equity marks these days, so they could be lower.
Mohammed, I think Alarian he was running the endowment for a while.
Well, of course, Dave Swenson at Yale pioneered the alternative.
He was, but he was great.
So
right?
and private equity was great back then as well. It hasn't done as well in recent years. But yes, the illiquidity has been an issue, and that's why a lot of these schools like Yale and Harvard are selling some of their private equity holdings to raise cash in anticipation of having to pay this tax and other taxes. So the schools would say, look, we use this money to pay scholarships. Why are you taking away money from kids that need it the most? Congress was saying this is a way to hold these elite schools accountable. They've gone too woke, and this is a way to...
You know, you got to tread a little lightly with Harvard.
I'm a delicate flower.
Said Mr. MIT. Said Mr. MIT.
That was great. But I don't really count that. I'm a Buffalo.
I do.
I'm a Buffalo. You do?
For you? I think it's a badge of honor.
Okay. All right. I'm going to wear it then. I'm going to wear it.
Can universities take losses on their investment losses?
So currently the average return is between 7 and 9% for universities, so they'd have to have a really terrible year. I have never seen an endowment have a year where they would be down. I mean, look, 8%, yeah, you could theoretically post-tax, I mean, you still have a gain, but it's going to be tougher for them to make the kinds of returns that they need to make to pay these scholarships and not dip into the principal.
Yeah. Robert, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Robert Frank.
And a market flash before we go to break. Bank of America's Savita Subramanian is raising her year-end price target for the S&P 500 from 5,600 to 6,300. She cites the resilience of corporate...
Say that again. 5,300.
Yeah. Is that what it said?
Was it 53? Yeah. To 6,300.
Let's see.
5,600. Okay. Well, order of magnitude the same.
Kind of had the same conversations with her that I had with Kate Moore, actually. She cites the resilience of corporate America. Meantime, Goldman Sachs' David Kostin also raising his S&P targets. He expects a 3% jump in the next 3 months, a 6% jump in the next 6 months, and an 11% jump in the next 12 months. Kostin cites earlier and deeper Fed easing and lower bond yields than previously expected, and continued fundamental strength of the largest stocks. His year-end target is 6,600. Yeah, I remember I was arguing with Kate, who we just had on last time she was on, it was April 11th. Good time to buy.
Yeah, it was a very good time.
Really
to buy.
good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, not be sort of looking at, right.
It's been a difficult market to handicap.
I guess. Yeah.
Next on Squawk Box, Joe Lubin, co-founder of Ethereum, home of the cryptocurrency Ether, on the buzz around institutional capital moving its blockchain and much more. And later, Senator Tim Scott working on a bill to make it easier for gig workers to access benefits and retirement accounts. He will join us in just a bit. We'll be right back.
See, I made this one crooked. This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Which American states are driving business, surviving, and thriving? The ultimate competition, America's top states for business, is back. This year, states are tackling tariffs, budget cuts, finding local strength in a time of national economic uncertainty. Last year, Virginia took the honors. Which state will be the top state for business this year?
America's top states for business. The full
Order
list revealed
filled.
Thursday and streaming on CNBC+.
Order submitted.
Ethereum catching the attention of major financial institutions, which are increasingly building on the blockchain and processing about 24 million transactions daily. The rise of tokenization and stablecoin hype also helping Ethereum-linked stocks. Joining us now to discuss the crypto market is Ethereum co-founder Joe Lubin. Joe, welcome.
Yes.
We were talking about this in the break, what's going on with Ether. If you take a look at the ratio, Ether to BTC ratio, it's been pretty much coming down for the past few years. Why is that? Why do you think there's that discrepancy?
So Bitcoin has had a very clear narrative, and it's got a value proposition that people can understand and get behind. It's had Michael Saylor doing a really good job growing the brand and buying lots of Bitcoin. Ethereum, so Bitcoin's value proposition is now. Ethereum's value proposition has been perceived to be in the future. We've been building scalable infrastructure, layers of enabling infrastructure for about a decade, anticipating that all the activity of the internet and the web will move to Web 3. And Web 3 is really the natural evolution of the web protocols, sort of a re-decentralization of the World Wide Web. So Ethereum is scalable enough, affordable enough, legal enough in the United States. It's very usable right now, but we haven't had the applications, and we haven't had the consumer end users and the enterprise end users because former Chair Gensler made it really unattractive to use tokens or issue tokens or build applications in our ecosystem. So that is all behind us. We still have a lot of Ether out there and not enough activity to sop it up. And so that's a reason why we and others are doing the Ether treasury strategies. Yes. Not only is it a great business to run, but it's going to be critical to enable the supply-demand dynamics of Ether to right size as we build more and more applications.
Order filled.
So let's back it up because people think of a Bitcoin treasury company like a MicroStrategy, and now there are others who are participating in that model. And so you and your team identified SharpLink Gaming,
yep.
which is it the first Ether treasury company?
So there have been some other treasury companies. They're pretty small scale. It's like one that switched from being a Bitcoin miner to Ethereum. Yeah.
Chairman.
So Bitmine joined more recently. BTCS has not a large amount of Ether, but they've been really dedicated to becoming an early Ethereum treasury company. So we're at this point the biggest and making the biggest splash. Tom Lee is doing a great job. Big fan of Tom. Great narrator of the paradigm shift. So we look forward to welcoming other competitors, complementary competitors into the space and even collaborating with them.
What is the hope of this SharpLink move in terms of, does it demonstrate to the public? The public is used to thinking of MicroStrategy as a Bitcoin proxy and the use. I mean, is this to demonstrate, to sort of tell that story that you think isn't being told or hasn't told?
Yeah. It's about telling the Ethereum story. What does Wall Street pay attention to? It pays attention to being able to make money. What are we going to demonstrate? Because decentralization is the direction of travel for the world, we believe. We believe that we're going to see Ether and Bitcoin continue to rise over the next years and decades as we paradigm shift to more and more decentralization. So that's going to put a bid under these tokens, and the anticipation of us and Saylor accumulating more and more consistently, both in large chunks as well as just selling ATM. We're able to acquire tens of millions of dollars in Ether a day via these ATM sales, and so we're just going to stay the course and continue to grow the concentration of Ether per fully diluted share.
What is I'm curious, obviously you're an Ether evangelist, backer, believer, believer, you want to call it. But what is in the Joe Lubin portfolio, crypto portfolio? Does it go beyond Ether? I would imagine it does.
In terms of tokens, so I work at a company called Consensus Software Inc. We publish the MetaMask wallet. We have a lot of developer infrastructure, like Infura. We built a layer 2 ZK EVM technology called Linea, which is about to make some really exciting announcements and is about to change the game, I think, in terms of layer 2 rollup technology. We're going to be 100% Ethereum compatible, which nobody else is, and we're going to be beneficial to the economics of layer 1 Ethereum.
So I always have the same question, and I think it might be really naive. Joe, will you work with me like I'm a child? Would you do that?
Absolutely, but you're pretty sophisticated with respect to our technology.
I wish. So stable coins, I think they're fascinating, and they're one for one, and you have treasuries or whatever you back them with. And I could see those being used for whatever you're doing, transactions globally, but they're still based on fiat at this point. And Ethereum,
they're still very centralized, yes.
Yeah, and they're based on fiat. And if Bitcoin eventually got to the point where it was transactional instead of just a store of value, wouldn't you rather be using Bitcoin to do everything because it's not based on fiat?
So you want a stable numeraire, stable.
Could it ever get to that point? Because you cut out the middleman then, when you cut out the dollar and just base it on.
I think Ether and Bitcoin will be high-powered money, collateral money, and I think Bitcoin is going to be disinflationary for a very long time. Ether is disinflationary, but it's also deflationary when a lot of transactions happen because we burn Ether. So it may not be a great means of payment and numeraire, but both of them are the highest powered money on the planet currently, and this is why you see the Bitcoin treasury companies and the Ether treasury companies trying to accumulate as much of the highest powered money as they can, because if you have giant piles of high powered money, you can do things geopolitically and financially and economically that just nobody else can.
Right. I just wonder if Bitcoin ever becomes actually not only used to hedge against money printing as a store of value, but at the same time also, does it ever have that transactional quality?
We're very excited about stablecoins in our ecosystem. It's a validation. It's a great use case. First massive product market fit in the Ethereum ecosystem. Real world assets right behind it. But it also represents an existential threat to Ethereum, even while we want the U.S. to be able to effortlessly dollarize the world, where stable stores of value is incredibly important. We want the U.S. to reformat trade relationships and military relationships, et cetera. And having a politically strong U.S. dollar and a weakened U.S. dollar in terms of the exchange rate is going to be consistent with what the U.S. needs to do. So that's great. Love that Ethereum's contributing to that. But we also don't want, say, another administration to come in, a very progressive democratic administration potentially, and start to see this massive stablecoin base on Ethereum, recognize that it's all based on centralized reserves in banks, and pull the rug out from under the Ethereum project. So there are stablecoins that are based on collateralized debt products that are actually decentralized stablecoins. And what we need for those things to become relevant is we need what's called greater decentralized economic bandwidth. We need the price of Ether, the price of Bitcoin to go way up so that they can collateralize much more decentralized stablecoins.
Joe, thank you.
Whoa.
I don't know if it's talking like to a child, but it's very interesting.
Maybe I'm a child prodigy or something. He must have been. I think I'm going to invent Ethereum. Profound. Good to have you on, finally. Yeah, and please come back because we need maybe some follow-up. That's possible. Up next, businesses and investors are hoping for some clarity on tariffs. Council of Economic Advisors Chair Stephen Myron is going to join us. As we head to break, here's a look at J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, and Goldman Sachs. HSBC downgrading those names and adopting a more cautious stance after a rally in that sector. Squawk Box. We'll be right back. I guess it was a nice...
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Good night!
I'll see you tomorrow.
It's odd how, in an instant, things can transform. Slipping out of balance into free fall. I'm glad I found stability amidst it all. Gold. Standing the test of time.
You didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. Lucky for you, Shopify built with just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. Businesses that want to win, win with Shopify.
Here at Mint, we love green, and I'm excited to tell you about a deal that will save you a lot of green. We're teaming up with Samsung to give you unlimited premium wireless and the new Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI for $30 a month. Your friends will be green with envy, and those little green bubbles? Not an issue anymore. So you can like the messages and do a proper group chat with any phone. Video that doesn't look like it was filmed on a brick. Turns out it actually is easy being green. The frog is a liar.
You just said something to me which makes me a little bit nervous.
What is the thing you worry about the most right now?
Is this the right way to do it? President's latest, I swear he's watching.
Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Families laugh, families love, families eat a lot. Good thing you got that Dash Pass membership. With Dash Pass, you get $0 delivery fees on grocery orders. So while you may feel like you're stocking your pantry 8 days a week, your wallet doesn't. Save more on groceries with Dash Pass. Start your free 30-day trial. So if wallets can feel, does that mean they also laugh and love?
In this family, there has to be drama. Chaos.
Competition.
Wow. It's what makes us us.
The White House is out with a report this morning that finds that the prices of imported goods have not only fallen, and haven't risen, but they've fallen, but declined faster than overall goods prices since February. Joining us now with the details, White House Council of Economic Advisors, Stephen Myron. And okay, maybe now, but they're going up any time now, Stephen. One of these CPI or PPI prints is going to be frightening because of tariffs. No, we've been waiting and waiting, and you're telling me that prices have actually been declining.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so what we did was we looked through the details of the PCE inflation data and CPI too, and then at every good in those data, we looked at its subcomponents. And so what goods are, what parts are originating in the US, what parts are originating abroad. And so we're able to really get into a holistic measure of how much everything is imported. And what we found, and this paper's on our website now, you can find it on the CEA website, on the White House website. What we found is that since December, and you have to compare since December because tariffs began in January, since December, the prices of overall goods in the PCE data have gone up by about 0.4%. Meanwhile, the price of imported goods, and that again includes all the components and the finished goods, the price of imported goods has gone down by 0.1% in this time. So not only is there no evidence that tariffs are leading to significant price pressures for imported goods, but we're actually finding the opposite in the inflation data. And this helps explain why overall inflation has actually been extremely tame since the president took office.
And that's core as well. I mean, I can understand maybe from energy, but it's core as well, Stephen?
Yeah, so if you look at the paper that's on our website, what the numbers that I just gave you are for overall, but we've got numbers for core too, and a similar pattern emerges in core, where maybe instead of the overall price going down for imported goods, it's relatively flat, whereas the price for overall goods has gone up by more. But you still see the same wedge by which domestically produced goods have gotten expensive, have had more inflation, much more than domestically produced goods, which are exhibiting none whatsoever.
But this doesn't mean that it's not still to come. I mean, we can't completely dispel all the fears, because many people have said, well, it just hasn't happened yet. When we get some of these cooler inflation numbers that we've seen that have been really great to see, obviously, but there's always that caveat that, okay, it just, the effects of the tariffs is just not there yet.
Yeah, I'm sorry, let me just correct what I just said. The price of domestically produced goods has gone up by more than the price of imported goods. So it's still consistent with a pattern by which there's no inflation driven by tariffs. What you just said is, won't it come eventually? And I mean, sure, eventually, a meteor is going to strike or whatever, but we've been waiting, and it's been many months now, and that evidence has just not emerged. There's no sign of it in higher frequency pieces of data either. Like you see the various research put out by academics where they use scanner data. That just looks like noise and mean reversion. There's no sustained pattern of a tariff-driven price pressure anywhere. And the same thing happened in 2018, 2019, where critics claimed that there would be some sort of huge inflation, and we kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and it never happened.
But Stephen, we've had, the president has put off and delayed some of the implementation. Whenever we talk tariffs, we slap tariffs on, but we've delayed the slapping of the tariffs a couple of times. If they were all to go in and reciprocal tariffs were actually in force, and if we don't make any deals by whatever the next deadline is, would you still expect it not to be inflationary?
Well, I've always maintained that there could be volatility in the inflation data, just as there's been volatility in some financial markets or volatility in some other economic data. As you saw with the Q1 versus what it looks like how Q2 is shaping up much stronger from a GDP perspective. I've always maintained volatility was possible in the price data too. However, I do expect, based on the basic economics of what economists call tax incidence, whereby the party that's more inflexible ultimately bears the burden of a tax or a tariff, I've always expected in the long run that foreigners, that countries were tariffing, would bear the burden of the tariffs. Now, that was a long-run argument. What we're seeing so far is that even in the short run, there's been no pain for American consumers at all.
Maybe the short run is too short, though, Stephen. What we've heard during earnings season from companies is that there was a pull forward of goods, and that perhaps, maybe now, those goods that had been pulled forward, ordered early, extra inventory brought in to avoid tariffs, that inventory level is now low or gone, and so the impact will now be passed on. Do you discount this notion of pull forward and selling those goods that had yet been tariffed?
Well, the only thing I can say is that we've seen no evidence of price pressures to date, either in the official data or in some of the unofficial, much more high-frequency data that are studied from individual stores that are studied by academics. And so, as a result, all I can say is we haven't seen that yet. Is it possible that we ultimately get some volatility in prices along the lines I described before? Sure, it's possible, but other things are possible too. Rare events happen. We get pandemics or meteors or whatever. So look, it could happen. I'd never say never, but nevertheless, there's just no evidence thus far of it happening.
But I mean, if you're going to compare it to a pandemic or being hit by a meteor, then it seems like you're really saying that it's probably not going to happen. It's very unlikely, and that pull forward of inventory, it may have happened, but it's not going to result in ultimately prices down the line being raised on consumers. Is that right? I mean, when I hear hit by a meteor or things like that, it sounds dismissive.
No. Sorry, I don't mean to be dismissive. All I mean to say is that prediction is difficult, and we should always speak in terms of odds and possibilities and probabilities, never in terms of deterministic. Like, I don't have a crystal ball telling me the future, and neither does anyone else. All I can tell you right now is there's no evidence of it thus far. It's possible it could happen, but we just have there's no basis in data for saying that that's the case. There's no data that would support that position thus far.
The Yogi. Primarily predictions about the future are difficult.
They're tough, and lots of economists pretend that they're much better than they are. You know, the idea of giving a precise point estimate when the uncertainty intervals are so wide has always just struck me as nuts. And I think that economists should generally be humble, and that's why I'm framing things the way that I am.
Right. Why the outlook going forward is always more difficult than the outlook going backward.
Of course.
Because we know about that. I mean, the way we talk in this business, Stephen, let's talk about the OBB. Is it the OBBBB? OBGYN? The big, beautiful bill with so much I see Larry Summers. Wow, he thinks it's dangerous. Imagine that. Would you make the case, Stephen, and I've been making this case, that none of us like deficit spending, and maybe you argue that that it's not going to be deficit spending, or maybe the deficit will come down from the growth aspects of this. But maybe not all deficit spending is equal. If you deficit spend and just blow out a bunch of programs with the IRA or the new Green Deal or whatever, versus cutting taxes and leaving capital in the private sector, maybe to do things with and maybe to grow the economy, there's a difference between those two types of deficit spending, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And so using government money to fund, what may or may not be economically productive activities. And so you mentioned, some of the Green New Deal activities. I don't think the government has any edge whatsoever in predicting what kinds of cars consumers are going to want 5, 10, 15 years from now, whether those are electric or gas cars or coupes or sedans or convertibles or pickup trucks. The government really does not have a historically strong track record of predicting those things, which is why many industrial policies targeted at specific sectors can often end up failed, as you see, for example, in China, where they have empty cities of apartment buildings that nobody wants. Or that nobody can use. Whereas what's going on in the One Big Beautiful Bill isn't an industrial policy targeted at a sector that the government may or may not have a good sense whether it's a productive use or not. What's going on in the One Big Beautiful Bill is a generalized incentive to investment, but one that gives firms the ability to choose what they're investing in based on their knowledge of their markets. And so full expensing on new factories, full expensing on equipment, full expensing on R&D gives firms extremely powerful incentives to invest and to build out the capital stock of the United States so that we get more production, so that we get a more productive economy, better labor productivity, higher wages, lower inflation, higher GDP growth, right? But it lets firms choose what they're going to invest in, which is exactly what you want to do, because that's the basis of capitalism. That's the basis of a market economy, that households know what's best for them and firms know what's best for them, not the government.
The Treasury Secretary has argued several times that that you actually see the deficit shrink, and God help us if it doesn't shrink. What are we at in terms of GDP, 6 or 7% or something? But when you're spending, it's hard to see how that would really happen. You're assuming that there's going to be enough growth in tax receipts that the deficit comes down, or because it doesn't seem like there's that much spending, that the cuts aren't as much as a lot of fiscal hawks would really like in this.
Yeah, sure. So look, we estimated, and this paper is also on our website, the One Big Beautiful paper and the One Big Beautiful chart book. We estimated that the totality of President Trump's policies would bring down deficits relative to the tax hike baseline by about $8.5 to $11 trillion over a 10-year period. And let me break down where that comes from. We have our policies between the tax bill, the incentives for investment that we mentioned before, things like no tax and overtime. These are actually quite stimulative. Between those and deregulation, which is also extraordinarily pro-growth, because companies often don't build things because they find a snail. But if you make it so they can build things, you get more buildings. So between tax, deregulation, and energy abundance, we have GDP overall going up by about a point a year over the course of a 10-year window, which creates about $4 trillion of revenue from better economic growth. We've got a further $3 trillion of revenue from tariffs. We've got a further $1.5 trillion of reductions in spending from cuts that are in the pipeline from the budget that the Office of Management and Budget put on its website a few weeks ago. As well as from the efforts of DOGE reducing federal headcount. That adds up to a lot over 10 years. And then finally, because you're doing all this reduced borrowing from those savings, you've got lower interest expenses too, because there's less debt to service. So that's about $1.5 trillion too. So you add all these four things up, and you get to about $8.5 to $11 trillion. Again, as I said before, I think economists should be humble and not give a precise amount, because there are ranges about how, there are confidence ranges around all these things. But you add up all those things, and that's where we end up.
Very good. All right. Good. We'll have you back, and we will check whether if this works the same way as some of those the disinflation you're talking about. We will. It'll be amazing, because it's not the way it seems, Stephen. But we'll check back with you, and hope springs eternal. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Up next, Senator Tim Scott working on a bill to make it easier for gig workers to access benefits and retirement accounts. He'll join us next. We're coming right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Ninja Frost Vault Go, the premium soft cooler with a cold dry zone. It keeps food separate, dry, and fridge temp for hours. Ice stays frozen, zipped, or just shut. Ninja Frost Vault Go, drinking food's favorite cooler.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation and excellence in every pair. Available in multi-packs, Tommy John's breathable second skin underwear is even softer than cotton, with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. We've also crafted indulgently soft second skin sleepwear for luxurious evenings and mornings. Invest in your comfort worry-free. If you don't love your first purchase, we'll make it right. Because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com now for 20% off your first order.
A rich life isn't a straight line to a destination on the horizon. Sometimes it takes an unexpected turn with detours, new possibilities, and even another passenger or 3. And with 100 years of navigating ups and downs, you can count on us to help guide you through it all. Because life is a winding path, made rich by the people you walk it with.
Trump Media has filed with the SEC to list a new ETF called the Truth Social Crypto Blue Chip ETF. It will hold Bitcoin, Ether, Solana, Kronos, and Ripple directly, with 70% weighted to Bitcoin. Crypto.com will act as the ETF's digital asset custodian and prime execution agent, as well as liquidity provider. DJT shares are up 1% right now.
A Republican Senator, Tim Scott, has joined Senators Bill Cassidy and Rand Paul in legislation proposed to make it easier for companies to offer gig workers benefits without making them full-time employees. Senator Scott joins us this morning with the details. Senator, it's good to have you on this morning.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning. Good to be back with you. I hope you're doing great.
We're doing great. Hope the same for you, Senator. The three Republicans,
Yes,
would this ever be bipartisan? To me, it seems like it's something we definitely want to do, make it easier for gig workers to access benefits, and they could be portable.
Yes.
And then I think, I'll bet you Democrats wouldn't like this, because there's a lot of places where they want to make they don't want gig workers because they can't do minimum wage type stuff, and I don't know, and guarantee other worker benefits. What's the problem with Democrats and gig workers?
You know, Joe, this is a great question. We need to go to California and ask about the PRO Act if we're going to have that conversation. The PRO Act basically said we're going to stop Uber drivers from making decisions on whether they're working for Uber, Lyft, or whomever. We're going to stop folks from delivering food. We're going to stop independent contractors in insurance and financial services. They want to have an oppressive environment for work. What we need as a country is exactly the opposite of what the Democrats want in California. We want an environment that is conducive to increase our labor force participation by giving workers the kind of environment that allows them to choose who they work for, when they work, and how they're going to be compensated. If we can get there by relaxing the tests on the common law with the NLRA, we find ourselves in a position where we can attract more people back to the workforce. And as you know, Joe, with the benefits for businesses and the big, beautiful bill, plus deregulation and an environment that attracts more workers back to the workforce, we can have this economy humming. Why Democrats want to stand in the way of working families finding their path to higher income, keeping their benefits longer, and not having leakage in their 401k plans, I don't understand that. The good news is I think there are Democrats in the Senate who want to work together for the working families across this country. Well, I think we'll get this done, actually.
It's confusing. I don't know if you will. It is confusing. It reminds me sometimes of like charter schools, or the idea that charter schools means that public schools won't be any good, and it's almost terrible. It almost looks like it's entrenched union support. Is that the same thing with this? Is this anti-union if you have portable benefits for gig workers?
It doesn't have to be without any question.
But is that what their argument?
45% of the.
Yeah, is that the argument?
That's the argument coming out of California. Coming out of California, they wanted to do everything they possibly can to empower unions. What we want to do as a nation is give people options and choice. Optionality is incredibly important for the 21st century worker. They don't always want to be an employee. Sometimes they're better off being a contractor, so they're working for 3 or 4 different companies at the same time. That kind of flexibility allows for folks to meet their needs at home and at work, and frankly, from an educational perspective as well. I used to be an independent contractor before I became an employer who hired independent contractors. So this is something that's quite personal for me. I started working on auto portability and 401ks back during the first Trump administration. The easier we make it for folks to have their benefits, 401ks and health plans, the more likely people are to come back to the workforce, stay in the workforce, and actually make a lot more money. Who's against making more money for the average American family? I'm not.
The great Robert Johnson, our friend, that's a huge thing that he's trying to work on. And it makes no sense not to be able to move things around. It hurts the people you're trying to help. It seems
exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
You hit the nail on the head. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Bob Johnson and I actually partnered together back during the first Trump administration. If you think about the small 401k plans, an employee leaves the place of employment and they want to go work somewhere else. They either leave their money behind or they cash it out. That's what we call leakage. When you cash it out, that's devastating. First, you pay that 10% penalty. Second, you don't have that money when you need it when you're retired. And third, you get into the habit of not thinking about your retirement. Anytime we can put the employee or the contractor, the worker, in a position to keep their benefits, lock them up so it's there when they desperately need it, when they're no longer working. This is what
Senator, would you need 60 votes? I don't know how, but it's inscrutable how you guys operate down there half the time. So you got 3 Republicans. Would you need 60? You won't get. There's just no way. It's the board collective. They won't vote for you on this.
I believe that if the Democrats want to have any chance at all to make sense in front of the American people, they're going to vote for this legislation when it comes to the full in front of the full Senate. We'll get it done. I'm very optimistic. I'm an optimistic person, but the truth of the matter is, on the banking committee, I was able to move legislation around fentanyl 23-0, on banks 22-1. There is a bipartisan coalition that's available if we thread the needle and sell it right. Let's not sell it as Republicans versus Democrats. Let's sell it as the American worker making a decision that's in her best interest. If we do that, we have a real shot at making this legislation a law.
I mean, can you name one of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle that would vote for this?
I can tell you that there are several on my banking committee where I'm the chairperson that I was able to get 5 Democrats to support the Genius Act, cryptocurrency, when the ranking member was opposed to it. So, yes, there is a way for us to thread that needle. It takes
That's a totally different thing.
Joe, every bill is different. So what we have to do, buddy, is make sure that we keep working hard at that coalition, because the coalition's available. I've done the same thing with AI with Chris Coons. We continue to look for partners where there's common ground that makes common sense. If we find that here, and I think we can move it forward. It will not be from California. It won't be from New York, and it won't be from Illinois. But there are folks from other states that may work with us.
We've seen, some members of the Senate and House, they make a career out of writing legislation that is never going anywhere. And I just was wondering whether this is part. They know who they are, right? I mean, and it's, I can't. If I told my staff that, if I had a staff, which I don't, to do something that I knew was never going to pass, how do they do that? It's like to make a statement.
Yeah, we don't do that, Joe. We get things done. As a matter of fact, my apprenticeship programs that some people say no Democrats would support, Cory Booker has worked with me on that. So the good news is that we have really good, solid examples of bipartisanship. If it's red versus blue, we're in trouble. But if it's red, white, and blue, we actually win.
Okay, all right. Hope Springs. I've said that a couple times today. Hope Springs eternal, Senator. Good luck. I hope you are. I think this makes sense, but who am I? Anyway, thanks for your time today, Senator.
You're a smart cookie. We'll see you
smart
soon.
Cookie. Thank you. Chocolate chip. No, I like sugar cookie. What's your favorite?
I think a chocolate chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're made right.
It's like the go-to. Yeah. Up next, a list of free market movers. We had to break just hitting from Wendy's. The CEO, Kirk Tanner, is leaving to become the CEO of the Hershey Company. The move is effective July 18th. Wendy's board of directors has launched a CEO search, and CFO Ken Cook will serve as interim CEO during that process. Back in January, outgoing Hershey CEO Michelle Buck announced her intention to retire in 2026. Squawk Box will be right back.
What we're building is really, really important for the future of humanity.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it.
Innovation, space, defense, national security is great, but our mission is you.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added, but it's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life.
Prime Day is here, with great deals on whatever you're getting into next. Bust the move.
Plate, bank, buckets.
This crispy chicken is from a taco place.
This crispy chicken is from a taco place? Hey, this crispy chicken's from Taco Bell? The taco place? This chicken is so perfectly crispy with tortilla chip coating. It's from a taco place. What? It comes in a burrito, too?
From your taco place, it's also a chicken place that's also a taco place.
So 1, 2, 3, take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine.
Visit your Audi dealer and lease the all-new 2025 Audi Q5 Quattro Premium for $699 per month.
All right, welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with your morning movers. Keep an eye on NVIDIA shares trading right near its all-time high, $160.98. It hit last week. If it ends today at that level or above, 160.46, NVIDIA's market cap would surpass the record high close set by Apple of $3.915 trillion. And if shares reach 163.93, it would eclipse the coveted $4 trillion mark. So keep an eye on that. Meantime, take a look at the major banks falling after a group of downgrades at HSBC, taking B of A to hold from buy, Goldman and JP Morgan to reduce from hold. HSBC citing a stretch valuation following a melt-up in stocks. Goldman has jumped more than 50% in the past year. JP Morgan, B of A also grown as well, so keep an eye on those. HSBC instead shifting its focus to super regionals like PNC, US Bank, and Truist, so keep an eye on all those banks. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Why talk about trillions when you can talk about billions, right? You know who that is?
No.
Dr. Evil, I think.
Oh.
One of those Mike Myers. Anyway, this is only part one. Part two tomorrow?
See you
You'll be here?
tomorrow.
All right. Make sure you join us. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Faber has the morning off. Futures stabilize a bit here after Monday's tariff-related sell-off as the market pins its hopes on more deal announcements, maybe some implementation delays. Got some bear steepening in bond yields. The long bond near 5% once again. Our roadmap begins with market fallout from the president's tariffs moves as Goldman and B of A raised their S&P forecasts. A major coup for Mark Zuckerberg, hiring Apple's top AI expert. And Amazon kicking off its Prime Day event. What's at stake for the retail giant amid the uncertainty over tariffs? Let's begin with the markets, though, trying to shrug off these tariff and trade jitters. Yesterday, the president was asked about the letters he sent to trading partners regarding steeper tariff rates. Take a listen.
Are the tariff letters that you sent today final offers, or are they negotiable?
Well, that's final offer.
So South Korea, Japan should take it or leave
We're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know, and it was time that we just wanted fairness.
So, Jim, given that some of these levels are not that different from the ones we saw in April, does the market deserve to be 25% higher?
Well, look, I think that this was an ideal time to start being tough. It seems like the president recognized the stock market was up big. Now, I know you could say, well, that's somebody's looking at, but the fact is that it's up big and he can go boldly. I do think that, I'm not saying he's blustering. I am saying that if I were one of these countries, I would say, okay, look, I've been holding off, and maybe I can't hold off anymore because beginning on a certain date, we're going to start losing a lot of share. And I think that, look, I now look at this thing as, I look at the stock of Ford. Ford's probably the most hurt or most helped. Ford's making its first move in multi-years. And that says to me, not that the F-150 is selling, well, best truck. So,
yes.
But that something's happening. And Ford's going to take share. And if Ford takes share, these companies got to come to the table. They have to. They can't lose share to Ford, because Ford has been a whipping boy for them. That Ford has been, they've had their way with Ford long enough. And that's how you gauge this thing, because it is autos. And they're not, remember, Trump's not trying to get them necessarily. You can either get away by building a new plant or by buying stuff. And it's quicker, of course, to buy stuff. But I've got to tell you, something's going on here that might be meaningful. And that is that this is the win for Ford.
The win for Ford, given the prospect that
it's going to cost
foreign exporters.
Their stuff is now going to cost too much. Everything's going to be like the Range Rover. And I do think, by the way, that Ford would tell you. Ford has been saying, look, we're being hurt by minerals. We're being hurt by dumping. We're being hurt by the way that they're doing tariffs in Canada and Mexico. So, I mean, if Ford goes up, then it's real. It's real. It's not just bluster. And I think that's what the president knows. I also know, I mean, yesterday we had Peter Navarro on, who's very controlled, but when you speak with Peter's saying, listen, you better get on board here, because it's pretty obvious this is real. And I think that if you put Ford on your screen, take everything else off, it's going to tell you everything.
Right, that's a great proxy. But why wouldn't a foreign country look at the last 90 days, see the can get kicked, and think, I'm gonna play this one in summer reruns, as one said?
Because the piper's about to be paid. I mean, I think that you're going to find, it's like when you come up from Mexico and you think that it's all going to be fun and games. You get to the border, you know, there's just lines of Walmart trucks because people are trying to figure out what has to be paid, what's not. Take Raj Subramanian, okay? What is Raj doing in FedEx that's different from everybody else? He's got the tariffs. He knows the numbers. He's got the AI. I mean, he's ready. And I got to tell you, if you think it's all just fun and games, FedEx doesn't. FedEx knows the numbers. And so, and by the way, they knew it when in Brexit. Like, you knew that, oh my, here's the actual number. And you're going to start hearing from the dealers. Like, guys, we can't sell our cars here. It's too expensive. And that's what's going to happen right now.
Interesting.
Yeah. And that's why Ford can take huge share. I mean, remember, this is to help American companies. It's also to bring more business in. You can see Katie Huberty with the little, all those fine points, but the one that really stuck in my mind, this great Morgan Stanley house, Reshore. And this thing is the proxy. And this thing hasn't moved. You should have like a 5-year chart of Ford. It hasn't moved. I mean, I always thought it was like it's like a straight edge. You know, you could use it as straight edge if you're like building something in your house.
Yeah, yes.
Well, look at that. Okay. I mean, the far left was just the vast hope that Farley was going to change it and make it so it was less like the Lions. And then the Lions started doing well.
Well, I wonder how much of since we're on autos, how much is rolled in on that sort of binary? Do we go electric? Do we stay legacy? That picture got a little clearer.
Well, yeah. I mean, you no longer have to worry about that. I mean, because it's obvious that that we favor hybrid gas guzzlers.
Yeah, even the president's posts say hybrid, doing great.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, listen to me. I know you watch the show. Can't the commercial with the F-150 lighten up the house? If I have to have my house lit up, believe me, I don't want my truck there. I want to have my truck and get the hell out of there. Wait, why would you wonder? I want my house. I want lit up. No, it must be because something's wrong.
Something's definitely wrong.
Now, General Motors, her thing, she's been buying back stock endlessly.
Yes.
So she's Mary Barra, and she's a total pro. Gets no recognition whatsoever. I mean, what's that all about? I mean, she's trying. I mean, look at that. Look at that. My God, if David were here, he would recognize this as reverse head and shoulders. No, it's going right to 60. But it's happening, and I think that we all kind of feel like, well, wait a second, it's all bluster. Well, to move Ford stock, I mean, that's a monumental move.
Right.
I mean, that's like turning a franchise around that hasn't won a game in years. It's like the Chicago Bears.
Why would the president talk about August 1 as being maybe malleable, could be pushed, offering more flexibility than he sounded like in April?
Well, I think that he's, September's the new car season. I mean, I think he's like kind of between seasons. Hey, believe me, this guy is very for real. And he waited until the market's up big. We're all pretending that it won't matter. I mean, like, are you kidding me? It's really serious business when Raj Subramanian says, okay, I want that. Look, we got to start charging it. When FedEx has to, FedEx is the principal way you get stuff in this country. And FedEx is going to be ready. I mean, thank heavens FedEx is going to be ready. They are so good. And we all miss Fred. I mean, like, we don't talk about Fred Smith enough because this man revolutionized. Remember, we didn't have same day until this man. And the guy was a visionary. But I'll tell you, he set up FedEx, and we're going to see FedEx stock go up. I mean, the stock had a bad last quarter. We'll forget that. That stock's going higher. And we watch Ford, and we recognize that the share is changing right now. And if I were a Korean car company, I would say, guys, Samsung's doing absolutely horrible. Don't hobble us anymore. And they're going to say, well, we make a huge number of cars in the United States. And then you're going to hear from the Navarros who say, no, you assemble. You don't make. All the stuff that has real intellectual properties made there and assembled here, it doesn't count. In the same way that Apple didn't count in India. I mean, I don't think people should be speaking to these guys. If you speak to these guys, they are not about to let this thing go. This is real. It's now real. As we get to September, they better make a move. These countries are going to start losing share big.
Right. Well, Japan continues to talk tough, although their negotiations continue.
They can
actively.
talk tough all they want. I mean, look, we haven't even gone to the 58,000 soldiers we have in Japan. That's next.
Meaning,
we provide all of your defense. We are like if you look at your constitution and it's like ours, we promote the general welfare for you guys. We provide for the common defense. Well, why don't we just be the U.S. Constitution?
So
when I talk about
you're looking for escalation.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't think that'll be market negative?
This market, great piece this morning about corporations.
Well, I was just going to mention B of A and Goldman.
Great piece.
B of A in particular says the U.S. might not be exceptional, but corporate America is.
Oh, and I love that. I mean, this is the era of the CEO. And the CEO can get anything done. And that's one of the, why do we get an upgraded Vertiv today? Who's really running that company? Well, I would say that Dave Cote. Dave, he's picked a good CEO, but the Melius upgrades Vertiv. Well, I mean, that's just an upgrade up. It stocks up at 130. Look at the semis. Datadog is an example of why we don't like the enterprise software anymore.
Getting added to the S&P tonight.
Yes, and so it's interesting to get out of it now. The semis, hardware, this is where we're ascendant. Autos, we're going to be ascendant. I find that we're obviously ascendant in the data center. That's what I learned from CoreWeave last night.
Great interview last night.
Clown. I mean, there's some people who downgraded CoreWeave, and I don't blame them. The stock's up a lot, but now they're going to be able to use that market cap to be able to buy a lot of things. I see many areas of the United States the company's doing quite well, and I don't want to sell their stocks. I just don't.
Part of Goldman's thesis, as Costin raises his 3-month, 6-month, and 12-month targets, is based on an earlier Fed cut, lower bond yields, which is not what we're getting today.
No, today's not in sync with David. But look, David has done something that I've always felt analysts should do. Be a little bit more circumspect, but when it gets there, you can raise. I mean, no broad sweeping stuff. Now, we love David. And why do we love David? Because David is very considerate of what's happening now. I'm not saying he's from the church of what's happening now.
Right.
What I'm saying is that remember he went away and wasn't as bullish. Well, now he's getting a little more bullish. Now, what is he getting a little more bullish ahead of the tariffs? I would say because the tariffs plus the $1,000 we're all going to get, which is in an index fund, some money coming in this market. Why are people avoiding not talking about the Trump baby windfall?
No, we've mentioned it yet. We've mentioned it a few times, actually.
But I mean, it's coming into the market. Look out, it's a fire hose.
Right.
And, oh, my God, we're seeing some great pieces. My favorite one, Bank of America. Biggest week of selling in almost a year. Big equity outflows led by institutions. Oh, they've really caught this rally. They've really caught this rally. Oh, they're in the rally. Are you kidding? They've completely left the building because they're listening to all the stuff we're doing. Like, wow. I mean, we have people come all the time that are very negative.
Yes.
Well, could they look at I got to give them a Quotron or something? It's right on your PC. You don't need a Quotron anymore. It's happening. We have companies that are doing incredibly well, and we have analysts and hedge funds who come on and they're circumspect.
No, they're pressing their short bets. There's no doubt about that.
Why don't they just? Well, but you know what? I'm going to send them an interview.
Do you remember how negative we were the second week of April when we were talking about a 14 multiple?
Because we didn't know at the time that there'd be some flexibility.
And you don't think, but you do not think there
was that Dr. Yardini,
yes.
the days of Armageddon, whatever.
Yes.
Well, no, at that point, we felt that there was no give. At that point, Peter Navarro was totally in charge. And all you needed to know was the Vietnam, the 46%. Because remember, Peter very seriously believed that everything that was a Trojan horse, that Vietnam was a Trojan horse. Forgot the fact that there had been major wars between China and Vietnam is historically, even in the 50s, they hated.
You mean label washing and
yes.
Exactly right.
But it turned out to be when you actually talk to the American companies, when you talk to Laura Alber, or when you talk to Dixon at Gap, it's like, wow. I mean, these companies should not be hurt. So so then we do a deal with Vietnam. It's quite good.
Right.
Everyone's going to have to come to the table and do a deal like Vietnam did. They have to. They're going to start hearing from their companies. And their companies are going to say, I just lost, I'm not selling any sedans. Everyone's buying a Ford sedan. Now, I don't think anyone's bought a Ford sedan for a very long time. But you know what? The Navigator, what is that? What did I sell? A couple of Navigators. And then suddenly, like Jim Farley, you look at their They're multiples. Their multiples do not indicate what I'm saying. Well, actually, Ford does. Ford's now at 10. Ford had been
That's
at
not
6.
too bad, yeah.
Ford had been at 6. Do I want to be long Ford? Look, if Japan and Korea don't come to the table, you got $20 stock.
That's
because the share is going. And those.
I mean, I'm not sure what it says about consumer choice.
Well, what? Huh?
I'm saying we're back to a period where we're going to start making things.
Choice? It's about what you can afford.
Exactly.
Right. Well, no. I mean, the president doesn't care about that. He wants Korea and Japan to pay the price of protecting those countries for all these years with nothing. They buy nothing of ours. That's what he says.
When we come back, we'll talk more about AI today as we get some more AI pain for Apple. Meta reportedly hiring one of the iPhone maker's top researchers. Take a look at the pre-market. Jim's right, got a bunch of calls to get to as well on names like CoreWeave, Shack, the banks, and Tesla when we come back.
Comcast Business doesn't just power businesses. We help turn them into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's SuperBeets by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol's magnesium glycinate. It's formulated for high absorption and is gentle on the stomach. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
I'm not who I thought I was.
Superman. He's forging a path to rule the earth. Rusty, thirsting for power. Superman has so many enemies. International politics.
I was sent here to serve the people of Earth. That is what I do.
Superman.
Hey, buddy, eyes up here.
Rated PG-13. Seen in IMAX and other large formats. In theaters everywhere Friday.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile. Some fancy experts finished a network test, and T-Mobile sort of opened a can of whoop-up. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and Insta-talk and say, "You won't believe where I am." Seriously, where am I? Hey, I got signal.
It's another sign of an intensifying battle in the AI arms race. Meta has hired a top Apple researcher to join the Facebook parent's superintelligence team. This comes after Scale AI CEO Alexander Wang became Meta's chief AI officer, joining the company along with researchers from OpenAI and Anthropic. Jim, Roming Pang is the name, and a lot of discussion about what it means for Meta and Apple, too.
I think it's always amazed people that you don't have NBA, NFL kind of thinking when it comes to these guys, that there are people who are game changers, and why aren't they making a lot more? There are LeBrons in this game, you know, there are Saquons, and their salaries have all been negotiated by the CEOs. It seems like everyone's become a free agent. Now, this is something this industry has never had before, and I don't know how whether they know how to deal with a free agent. I don't think they do. I think Apple might be flummoxed by free agency because there was loyalty.
You mean like you're playing for Belichick in the golden days?
Okay. David Moranis, all right, in the Vince Lombardi moment where Jim Ringo comes to him and says, you know what, I got a call from the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm making $10,000 a year. The Eagles want to pay me $12,000. And Lombardi says, get the hell out of my office. I never want to see you again. That's the way it's been.
Right.
The Lombardi way is the way that it's been in the Valley. That's over. It's free agency now. And I'm not sure these people know what to do. Because the only guy, or the Steinbrenner era. I mean,
I'm taking my talents to South Beach.
Yes. And I'm looking at Zuckerberg. I'm thinking, why has it never been like Lombardi, where he's trying? It's been negotiated, and then suddenly you blow it up.
Do you think it's odd that you would recruit from a company that has had, shall we say, hiccups in their AI evolution?
I don't know internally what really happened. I know that there's always the possibility that there's someone who's a malcontent now because it's something that didn't go well. I mean, look, I remember during the era of Data General and Digital Equipment, there were people who realized those franchises were going down the tubes, but they weren't recruited by anybody because they were considered to be losers. I think that now we know that there are certain stars, and those stars are beginning to get their worth. And it's really amazing that it's taken this long.
Right. Meantime, as for Meta, Wells goes from 664 to 783.
Oh, I think Meta's so great. I think people do not understand that. Again, I keep saying that Zuckerberg has said, you send me a check, I'll send you the customers. I mean, let's say, I really think that if you're Linda Rendell from Clorox, I think you just say, you know what? Here, Mark, here's $100 million. Just get.
Good morning.
They can make the ad so that suddenly your eye is attracted. They know what you want. They know what.
I got 10 minutes left. Oh.
What a share of shoes, wingtips, Reebok, what the $145, and Jassy's now saying $79. I read the Jassy. I said, what do you buy?
3 minutes looks choppy. 15 minutes looks like it's gonna go down. Maybe we get a pump at open and then it's gonna dump. That's just me, so I don't know yet.
UTIs were a recurring nightmare. Then we found support with Eucora. Eucora has UTI relief products and science-backed supplements that offer a proactive approach to urinary health. I finally feel free. Try today at eucora.com.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Wow, looks like your hiring is making a lot of people happy. ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates.
I don't think we're
setting
gonna
up
dump
interviews.
this open. I think we're gonna pump.
Right, I can just choose from this
Maybe.
list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Another dignified portrait of me. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC. Hey! Want to win $500?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Listen up. The PXG Driver Challenge is back and bigger than ever. Bring in your current driver and we'll test it head-to-head against our Black Ops driver. If your driver delivers more distance and better dispersion than PXG's, you'll take home $500. Come on, baby. Book your free PXG Driver Challenge fitting now at PXG.com. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Even a life that's rich with meaning can take an unexpected turn. And when life brings you change, we have over 100 years of navigating market ups and downs to help guide you with confidence.
What we dump, then I'll buy the dip.
Surviving. America's top states for business is back. Which state will take the honors this year? The list revealed Thursday and streaming on CNBC Plus. Matt Dash, as we count down to the opening bell, got some shake-up in the food business.
Yes.
Order
Camper, who just actually, I don't know, a year, took the Wendy's job submitted. Going to Hershey, which is, I think, is a big step up. The Hershey franchise it's a lot stronger than the Wendy's franchise. Ken Cook, the CFO of Wendy's, moves over to the CEO.
I think I might pump it open and drop it or something.
If we put a chart of Wendy's,
I haven't touched anything yet.
Because it really does feel like
I just touched the Ninja Trader competition, but I'm red on TPT Pro last night. Down $5. Other one I'm up 6. Yeah.
Just don't think this is the one you have to worry about. Now, McDonald's has not been a great stock either, and people are worried about GOP dash ones. But Wendy's is really
Yeah, it's just chop.
It's rather shocking for a person to be there. Do you know that
Oh yeah, 5 minutes?
So we could say, well, is this like Silicon Valley? This is something.
No news. You trade last night?
Do you think it might change the calculus on Hershey as a takeover play?
Well, it's still got that big, it's a very strange ownership structure, but it seems more of a jump ball now. Michelle Buck did a great job, I felt, in a very challenged industry. I mean, chocolate doesn't really go with Eli Lilly or with Novo Nordisk.
Although page one of the Times today talks about candy companies pushing back on the dye push from RFK Jr.
Yeah, but good luck. I mean, I remember speaking to Raymond LaGuardia, who had said, listen, food has to look like food. Is there anything worse? I mean, what does food look like? I mean, Soylent Green. I don't know what food looks like, but I'll tell you. I mean, those maraschino cherries that my mom had on top of that Dole fruit cup, which I thought was a luxury. What did I know?
We'll take a break. Opening bell in a few moments. And don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
A CNBC special report. Brian Sullivan, live from the OPEC International Seminar in Vienna. The future of global energy amid geopolitical tensions. All-day coverage tomorrow and Thursday, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Reliant is the home of free electricity, so your home can be the home of more flavor, more love. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan serves up your 2 high shoestrings free every week automatically. Then tops it off with $200 in bill credits for even more savings. Put it together and, well, you've got a recipe you can really sink your teeth into. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan from Reliant. That's power. Your way.
La Roche-Posay UV Pro Sport. Feel the heat, not the burn. Advanced UV protection for high-intensity activities. Stays put while you're active. Dermatologist tested, professional athlete approved. La Roche-Posay.
You stand at the forefront of building materials.
Today, Amrize becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced granite solutions from foundation to rooftop.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like an elderly man's bank.
Or an expert plumber.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, job's done well.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
Tesla's rebounding a bit in the pre-market after posting the worst day in over a month, falling nearly 7%. EV maker losing $68 billion in valuation after Musk announced the formation of that new political party, the America Party, Jim, which is actually the focus of a few notes today.
Yeah, Dan Ives has a really great piece. Dan, we're all familiar with Dan. He talks about it's time for the board to stand up. New incentive-driven pay package for Musk as CEO that increases, basically saying, listen, we got to get this guy going for Tesla. And what I think is about
10 seconds.
talk about allocation of time that they have to do that. I think that would make people buy the stock big.
Yeah, I mean, Dave wants them to set parameters on time spent at the company, maybe an oversight committee.
I think that now maybe he bridles at that, but I think that he does favor a higher stock price. And then Morgan Stanley, Adam Jonas, he's doing what I keep saying is going to have to be the pivot. This is a humanoid company that sells cars, particularly because everyone's now saying, listen, BYD is killing everybody, and the only reason why we're not all Chinese is because of tariffs. So I don't know. The sun seems to be setting on the car, which I find odd, but because this country we have tariff protection, but it's time to go all humanoid. And I know that they've got enough NVIDIA to be able to make it so it happens. We know that from CoreWeave last night on Mad Money, that there's now great circulation on the Ultra, which should be very good for humanoid.
We're going to talk about both of those names in a moment. Let's get the opening bell here. CNBC Real-Time Exchange. At the big board, it's prison owner and operator CoreCivic celebrating its 10th anniversary, and at the NASDAQ genetic testing company Natera celebrating 10 years as well.
Oh, it's been around 10 years.
Jim, the Jonas note, investors should be prepared for further devotion of resources by Musk, which may add further near-term pressure on shares. Like, we don't know how serious he is, or
no, we don't, and he's cryptic, as he has every right to be cryptic. The one thing that most CEOs are really beholden to the board. In this case, a lot of people feel, wait a second, he has the leverage, not them. And if that's the case, then the stock goes lower. Can you imagine if he reads, well, he's not going to read Ives and go to it, but the board reads Ives, and they agree, and they get it and go to Jonas, then the stock's a $400 stock almost instantly. So these two pieces are very important. And Adam, whom I love both these guys, but Adam, I just adore his stuff, because what Adam is saying is, if this happens, then this could occur, and that's just great Jonas thinking. He does, now he's linear. I don't think he's necessarily, I don't know if we want him to be a linear. He's a linear thinker. Adam, I don't mean that negatively. I mean that very positively, because in this business you need linear thinking. I think if you were in another business, believe me, he'd be much more novelistic and a lot more fun, and we'd all buy his books. And Stephen King would be saying, "Oh my God, I got a guy I got to read."
He is a great writer. You mentioned NVIDIA, Jim. We're going to be on watch for market cap levels. I think 163.93 would get you to $4 trillion, which would be the first ever.
You know, look, I think that there's this bias against, I've been hitting this issue because a lot of my friends are talking about it. There's this bias against semis. We kind of feel like semis can never be this valuable. Well, I mean, I remember when Microsoft first became, software can't be valuable because Exxon is valuable, and Exxon's big. You know, you have this whole period, beginning in you could say beginning in 1985, where it was always Exxon. And now we think about, what was Exxon being up there? It's just all it was oil in the ground. We are now thinking, you know what, the real value is NVIDIA. Why? Because it's not just hardware, it's software. That's something that Michael Intrader, who's a very, very smart guy, Mike was saying, listen, don't forget, we have software. NVIDIA would say they have software. It's a stack of software. That's something that eludes a lot of people. But just because it's semis, because it's Texan, because it's NXPI, because it's KLA, which is capital equipment, because it's Lam, capital equipment, don't count them out. And Nokia, NVIDIA, the one thing I would say about NVIDIA is people have to recognize there's so much in a platform that this company is worth a great deal more than it's currently trading. I really believe that.
Yeah, well, we mentioned yesterday Citi going to 190. You mentioned CoreWeave. You did have Mike on last night, and you actually asked him about whether he's been talking to Jensen Huang about this stuff lately. Take a listen.
So you're still speaking to Jensen Huang, he's a big shareholder. He is expressing that the demand is still incredible.
Yeah, you're feeling that demand from Jensen. You're feeling it from my peers across the infrastructure and cloud space. There were some very large deals. Ours was a $12 billion deal. There was another extremely large deal that was announced after that in the last few weeks. You're continuing to see broad-based demand for the product, for the infrastructure, for the compute to be able to drive artificial intelligence.
It doesn't sound like you begrudge some of the downgrades last couple days.
No. Look, I think that when you look at what's happening, you have to go back to what Jassy said. The CEO of Amazon, he tried to say, listen, we're making the best chips, Trainium. We're going to take care of this. Got to shift the balance of power versus NVIDIA. But then when I didn't confront him, but when I suggested in a convivial and conversational way, but isn't NVIDIA still basically the most important? He said, yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that I love about what InTrader's saying is, if you've got an NVIDIA, you made it. You're okay.
You're a made man.
Yeah, you're a made man. I mean, it does feel like that. Now, people could say, hey, come on, it's just a semiconductor. I have to come back and say, if it were just a semiconductor, this stock would be at 58, not 158. People just completely misinterpret this. Now, the bears are all over the place in this thing. It's heavily shorted because they feel it's just a matter of time before the next iteration doesn't work. They don't seem to understand that the previous iterations still do work. One of the things that InTrader has made very clear that people don't understand at CoreWeave is the old NVIDIAs are still being used.
Right. Yeah, like old generation iPhones that are being refurbished and sold.
Yes, and people need them. Not everybody needs the latest and greatest. Not everyone. I remember when the 386 became the 46, and there were people on the board who said, "Okay, now we can put men on Mars instead of the moon." I said, "Well, what are they going to do on Mars?" Wait a second, like something to do on Mars? Now, of course, we think about, well, maybe Mars, must
maybe one
Mars.
day. Yeah.
But I do think that last night InTrader was really explaining how valuable the data centers become, which is why I don't think the Vertiv upgrade is all that wrong. I think people do not understand that things have switched. That the software business, whether it be, unfortunately, because I own the stock, whether it be Benioff and
back to CRM,
GitLab, who needs that? I mean, when I look at I know you can say to me, I'm being hyperbolic.
Yes.
ServiceNow is still racking up a lot of business, but the software, enterprise software, where it makes your product observable. I mean, I got like 20 companies that make it observable. I don't want something that makes it observable. I want something that makes it better. And I don't want to have more insight into my organization via software. I want my organization to advance via hardware.
So you do think that software needs to catch up to hardware in general as an investing playbook?
I struggle. I believe in Mark very much, and I think agentics is really, really important.
Right.
But there are a lot of other people who say, don't forget, Jim, there's all these other products that they have, and they're not winning on those. And who's winning on those? Well, ServiceNow's decided to come after them. Now, that's important because I think that if you're Mark, you'd say ServiceNow, give me a break. We're very entrenched. But when you speak to Bill McDermott, sky's the limit. And McDermott is pretty good. But let's step back. Versus any of these, I think I still favor a lot of the great.
Yeah. On Samsung's results, these are preliminary, but is this a comment on the cycle right now?
No, they're just getting. They're like, they're just getting beat. I mean, Taiwan Semi is crushing.
Yeah.
I mean, Taiwan Semi's look, hey, you talk to, we had Lisa Silverman now. She would say, look, Taiwan Semi, that's who we have to use. I just don't understand how Samsung could have missed a cycle. I think we would, if Samsung were in America, we would say, wow, they missed a cycle big. But because they're over there and we know they're really big, we just say, geez, what is that about?
Yeah.
Well, what that about is that someone's got a superior product. Taiwan Semi's got a superior product.
Yeah, a bit of a buyback in there as well, which, by the way, a nice note out of B of A this morning. This is typically the week where buybacks tend to bottom, and then they accelerate for the next 6 weeks as we move our way into earnings season.
I think that piece and I read it, they say tend to bottom. That's a buy, not a sell.
Right.
In the same way
Order
the institution is
filled.
selling over and over and over again, that's a buy, not a sell, because they will have to come back. They will have to come back because they're missing the whole Texas Instruments rally, the whole NXPI rally. They're buried in some sort of, I don't know, some sort of enterprise software that nobody cares about. I mean, and you look at, by the way, the list of enterprise software companies that are followed, they look like that they're venture capital companies that have no hope of ever really becoming important. And then you look at the semis, you say, wow, I can't believe it, ON Semi's coming back. And Texas, how long has it been? We have companies like Analog Devices, which have been an Internet of Things. People didn't like Analog Devices. That thing is doing incredible. Advanced Spectrum's coming right back. And then we just always forget, and if David were here, I think he would say, well, Jim, don't forget that Broadcom is a $1.2 trillion company. And Broadcom is, well, they own VMware, but Broadcom is a semi company.
Yep. Jim, you mentioned Amazon. We'll see what we get, how much they're willing to disclose regarding Prime Day in the next couple days.
Well, that's a great question. I think that those who
Order filled.
They should go and look
Order
at what
submitted.
they bought and what they'd be paying now. Now, I know that we're doing pieces which saying that the tariffs are bumping it. We know that Jassy said that's just not the case, that there was a lot of pre-buy. But I think if you go, and I've spent some time going through it, I mean, I got up early and went through it. And
Order filled.
I had such buyers from worse
Order
about everything.
submitted.
Everything I bought is so dramatically down that I'm like thinking, well, what is it like? And everything must go. Crazy Eddie's selling. I mean, it's incredible.
Order
filled. Now, Jassy, I know the stock hasn't done
Order
that much.
submitted.
You don't want to leave this stock. This stock's great.
You did talk to Jassy last week about Prime in general. Listen to a bit of that conversation.
You guys are known, I would think you
Order
and
filled.
Order filled. You, Costco,
Order
are the two
submitted.
greatest inflation fighters other than, say, Walmart. But I don't think the government, nor do I think even the American people understand. You have rolled, your prices, in many cases, on Prime days, are going to be like 2018 prices when I look at it.
Very significant discounts. And not, our stores team, our retail team worked very closely with our third-party selling partners because we know people are very sensitive about price right now, but we also wanted to make sure we gave them great deals on items they actually cared about. So I think our customers are going to be very excited July 8th through 11th, and it's going to be a good Prime Day.
We'll see what it does. We know it's a huge tailwind for e-commerce in general.
It
Order
is, and by the
submitted.
way, now when you go to Alexa just wants to talk about Plus. I wanted to talk about Eddie Vedder.
Order filled.
Doesn't know it. Talks to me about Alexa Plus. And
Order
Alexa
submitted.
Plus is here, and Alexa Plus, by the way, they were losing $8 billion in that thing, so it's making that could be a big delta there. I urge people to go look, because I don't think you'll realize that this is the most inflation-fighting company on earth. And it's not like they're taking advantage of it because you can buy all the things you want. There's some great Prime deals.
Order filled.
If you are a shopper, by the way, if you go to Whole Foods right here, you can return stuff. It's like the old Sears where you can return a hammer that you used for 5 years.
Order filled.
The top 100 deals, you're like, are you kidding? There's a lot of are you kidding? And I haven't seen that. I have not seen. I talked to Brian Cornell at Target, and I know they got something going.
Order
I want them
submitted.
to bring back 2018 prices. I don't know where Amazon gets these prices, but they really are incredible.
Right.
Not since. I don't know if you've seen the Ryan Reynolds with
Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled.
The guy who did a lot of pricing.
Yes.
He's the guy who had the $1.50 hot dog.
I'll get a Costco.
Well, there's a Galanti Ryan Reynolds. I wish we had a Galanti Ryan Reynolds ad where Ryan's talking about the great bargains for Mint Mobile. But Galanti was the keeper of prices, and Jassy is the keeper of prices. And these two people
Order filled.
Considered to be why I think
Order submitted.
They're not getting the value in terms of what they're providing for America. I mean, this is what you look at. This is the cost fighting. This is the CPI. It should be in the CPI.
Order
filled. Half the Gillette razors, and I paid twice the price for the refills. Now, by the way, you do want to slit your throat when you see these prices.
Order submitted.
I bought some really good athletic socks. They're 41% off. I just bought them the other day. It urged me not to buy them. Like, if you went yesterday, it urged me. It was like basically, hey, Jim,
you've had enough.
Why don't you wait a day? I mean, the thing is incredible.
We're cutting you off.
I just cannot believe. I mean, I buy that 8 o'clock coffee. I got that on subscription. I can't get on subscription. I've got like 5 different. I got a stack as high as Everest. Well, it turns out I'm paying 70% off.
Now we'll see about the implication on inflation, Jim. I do want to get your take on the curve today, with the 30-year near 5. Japan, which has long been considered the global anchor of long-term bonds, they're back above 3 as we wait for elections there in the upper house.
Well, we're going to need Bessent to come on and talk about how they're going to do the auctions, and that should happen really soon. And Bessent the other day, I was very interested. I really like Bessent. Don't take this personally, but he was saying, look, I was in the business 30 to 40. I mean, I was like, there's a business like 35. But he said he made a huge amount of money currency, but I know he knows how to trade the curve. So I think if you're out there banging the bonds, you ought to wait to see what Bessent does. He's the master.
Yeah.
Bessent is he's a good man. He's like pulling the trigger here, and he can make it so that they do everything short, and not that you could really wreck the curve. But I am saying that maybe that's a good price.
A lot of supply this week. Actually, today we got a 3-note here, 3-year here, German 5, EU 7 and 20.
Man, do I want to buy a German 5 when the German car sales are really, really bad? I don't know. I mean, theoretically, yes, because the economy's here for sluggish when I buy bonds. But they got to do something. The German car companies, they have to go to whoever's in charge of German car and say, look, you got to help us here because the Escalade's killing us.
Meantime, banks are going to be in focus, Jim. We got HSBC taking Goldman to reduce.
Yeah, what is that?
Taking JPM to reduce.
Oh, please.
But Mike Mayo over at Wells says actually this quarter is going to be the one where a lot of EPS inflection things begin to happen.
Yeah, I like
on loans.
Mayo's piece very thoughtful.
Capital markets.
The piece very thoughtful. Now, this is the kind of thing, and I attacked this last night on Mad. The analysts who play this game, like you downgrade Goldman to a sell.
Order submitted.
What are you going to do? You're going to upgrade it to a hold when it goes to 683, and then a buy when it goes to 646.
Right.
That game doesn't work. You're out. You're out, and not because Solomon calls you. I mean, I wish Solomon would do that. I wish he would call and say, listen, you're out.
Right.
You can take your wife and your mistress. He's not going to do that. He's not going to make a Godfather reference. But I do think that when you downgrade a company like Goldman with a 15 multiple to a sell, what world? Don't you see the multiple expansion that's happening right in your face?
Well, actually, that's Wells' point. As a group, they've gone from 10 to 12 next year. He sees them going to 15 on what he calls the biggest deregulation since the 90s.
Just a great piece. And the deregulation's incredible. I mean, they're basically saying, listen, go lend. Go lend. We're going to forget that you may have overlent previously. We know that you have a huge amount of capital. I mean, when you downgrade Wells Fargo, Charlie Sharp is finally there. He's finally got it at 14 times earnings, and you think it's expensive. That whole mindset has to change. A lot of mindsets have to change here, Carl. You can't downgrade the banks in 14, 15 because we're no longer buying that stuff that sells at 38 times earnings. We don't want MongoDB. MongoDB becomes something like JFrog. I mean, we're done with the JFrogs. Like, you come up with the silly names, JFrog, and you get it 40 times earnings? I'm a tadpole. Give me tadpole.
Actually, Mayo's favorite pick is Citi. You agree with that one?
Well, I'm not as big an aficionado as Citi because I do think that their investment banking franchise is not as great.
We'll keep an eye on it. That's going to heat up next week.
I like, she'll make the number, but I like Goldman. I think Goldman has more optionality. Did you see Netflix is down? Netflix is like Camelot.
Yes.
Lois made a different move ago here. Now it's on Netflix.
Yeah, but you said you don't have a problem with people.
We have to sell Netflix in July.
Yeah, you said yesterday. Go ahead.
Not at all. Netflix remains something that can still take mind
Order
share.
submitted.
And they're still buying all these things from overseas. And you know, I do think that other than The Bear on Hulu, Netflix game set Matt.
Yeah.
And if you're not watching The Bear, I can't help you.
Season 4
Order
reviews.
filled.
Order filled. Order filled.
But I do think that Netflix remains the gold standard, and you sell that stock, and then again, what are you going to do? You're going to get back in? You have to be thinking about getting back in. Where do you get back? Because the individual investors buying the whole way down. It's the institutions who have lost faith.
It's true.
And you know what? They ought to just take a sabbatical. Go to Martha's Vineyard.
It has been one of the hallmarks of this year so far. By the way, speaking of bonds, we mentioned the curve. 30-year back to 496, 10-year 442. That's about the highest since June 20th or so, as we await this 3-year note auction today at 1 o'clock. Be right back.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100.
You know, the TimberTech products compared to wood, it's really the only product that I've personally found that has that look and feel of wood. It's the closest thing to it in the world of composites.
You just really need to look at it. They've nailed the colors on this. There's a great range of color in there. The grain pattern, the comb look to it is fantastic.
It doesn't have that like weird plasticky look. It just looks like it's supposed to be there. It looks like what you want it to look like. It looks like your investment made sense.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving? Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
As a global leader in alternatives today, PGIM is capturing the potential of tomorrow with over $320 billion in alts across public and private markets. PGIM.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Performance.
Order submitted.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Take a look at Uber today. All-time high yesterday, and again today by about another 20 cents.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Goes to 115. Did you see Waymo doing these road trips to Philly and New York?
Philadelphia. Oh my! I hope that they don't just turn the cars over. Let's hope that the Phillies go on a win streak or something. I don't know. Waymo in Philadelphia, put it ninth and pass Young. Oh my God, we'll just smack the cheesesteaks all over.
It might be an interesting chapter for autonomous if they come to the Northeast, but certainly that's relevant to Uber too. Meantime,
Order filled.
Tape, S&P's up 6. Don't go anywhere.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
In a Jurassic world,
Order
every Jeep vehicle
submitted.
is Jurassic rated. Experience open air freedom for all. Unsurpassed towing.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Or a third row to fit in all the adventures.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
Jeep. Jurassic World Rebirth.
Right now, with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $4,560 below MSRP on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee gas models. Hurry, this great offer will become extinct July 31st.
Small business owners, you got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zendu.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10.
Order filled.
Order filled.
The brand I trust.
You can fit a lot
Order
of vacation
submitted.
into a weekend. Book your next weekend getaway.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
The world's best take to the French Alps.
Order submitted.
Spectacular settings.
As the game's biggest stars battle it out with a major title on the line.
What a way to do it.
The Amundi Evian Championship live on.
Families laugh, families love, families eat a lot. Good thing you got that Dash Pass membership. With Dash Pass, you get $0 delivery fees on grocery orders. So while you may feel like you're stocking your pantry 8 days a week, your wallet doesn't. Save more on groceries with Dash Pass. Start your free 30-day trial. So if wallets can feel, does that mean they also laugh and love?
In this family, there has to be drama. Chaos.
Competition.
Wow. It's what makes us us.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
The market, I think that's probably the most important influential piece of paper I've got in my hands.
Agreed.
Now I upgrade
Order
Capital
submitted.
One this morning. TD Cowen, that's very important. That's a big position for for our club. And we have our annual meeting for the club with a live stream on Friday. I think people will enjoy it. And we have Flex on tonight, which is like with Celestica, and J-Bill. Remarkable stocks, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun because, wow, what a winner. And I remain steadfast that that's Ford and GM. That Ford multiple expansion, Ford is the winner. I think that if we had Jim Farley on, he would say, look, they're the biggest beneficiary of this bill.
Do you envision Friday's meeting bringing a lot of moves?
I am talking about a little controversial stand on the president, and separating the president financially from the president that people have mixed views of.
I see.
Because this is incredible for America, for the fire hose of money that's going to be coming. Not just from the individual investor, but for the accelerated depreciation. I don't think people realize what that means. It means it's like you got to start building. You save a lot of money if you start building. And the industrial America, I mean, you can look and say Honeywell today would make it easier to just do the split up. Industrial America, that went up yesterday. The analysts are all missing it. The analysts do they not pay attention to
No. We every time the XLI makes a new high, we mention it.
Well, just find people want to get off the train. And the train is, well, it's the Broadway Limited.
We'll see it tonight, Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, as we got the Dow down slightly, down about 35. S&P's in the green. Don't go anywhere.
this how you're hoping to retire?
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
When you're at the starting line for your next event, 4imprint has the right promotional gear. Bottles, bags, hats, and tees delivered on time to energize your customers and your team. Race now to 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
Coming up, an interview you do not want to miss. You just said something to me which makes me a little bit nervous.
Every time a tech expert comes on this show, you better ask him, what are you doing on AI security?
What is the thing you worry about the most right now?
In an environment where there is a lot of uncertainty, make sure we're playing the long game.
Is this the right way to do it? He's not a conventional president. Reading the president's latest, I swear he's watching.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Courtney Reagan, Mike Santoli here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. David and Sarah have the morning off. Markets trying to find some legs after that sell-off yesterday brought about by some tariff noise, although we did get a little bit of rebound at the end of the day. Treasuries a little elevated as well as the long bond reapproaches 5%. Today, separating the tariff news from the noise, we will talk to former U.S. Trade Rep Ron Kirk about the latest twists and turns on trade, what really matters for investors. Plus, should Tesla's board step in and curb Elon Musk's political ambitions? We'll ask former Tesla president, current GM board member John McNeil. Let's begin, though, with the market as stocks do come off the worst day in about 3 weeks following yesterday's barrage of tariff headlines. But Bank of America and Goldman today both raising their targets on the S&P. B of A goes to 6,300 from 5,600 for its year end. Goldman raises its 12-month forecast from 6,500 up to 6,900. Mike, Costin's point at Goldman is that you might get a more dovish, constructive backdrop from the Fed as well.
Yes, and this process where the strategists are sort of marking their opinions to market reflects, I think, one of the stronger bullish points of the last few months, which is that professional investment posture has been made offsides by the strength of this rally. And you also have this sort of making our peace with the macro outlook as it stands right now. You know, you get the budget bill through, it means there's no fiscal payback to worry about. Credit spreads are great. Seems like we're in a decent mode of expecting very low chances of recession. When you kind of put that in place, it means maybe you can absorb the noise on tariffs. Now, there's an old saying on Wall Street that's only mostly true, not always true, which is the market never discounts the same news twice. And you could argue that yesterday was the same news as April 1st or April 2nd, in the sense that it was essentially reiterating, if you don't come to the table, we will impose these things. And it's a way of extending the deadline without seeming like it being a full concession. That being said, market came into the week overbought. The mega caps have done a lot of the work, and it's hard to know what you get out of them. Seasonal factors are a tailwind, but only till mid-month. So I think there's a lot of back and forth, and now you have, as we say, strategists no longer fighting the rally, even though they're not really exuberant about it.
Do you think the market is still expecting the ultimate average tariff rate will settle in around the 15% mark?
I think that's everyone's working premise. Now, whether the market has truly priced for that in every respect, I think is debatable. I think there's right now a lot more comfort than we had before that it's all just kind of going to be dispersed in the sauce. You know, it's not really going to be something that we're going to see in an acute way, either in pricing or in margins. It's just going to kind of be generally dissipated. Maybe that's a little bit optimistic, but I think that we have a service-based economy and not a very trade-dependent one, and we're leaning on those benefits. Plus, 40% of the S&P is digital stuff that's not affected by it.
So if you go with that analogy, it's maybe not the overwhelming flavor in the sauce, but it's there.
There you go. It's just a little bit of seasoning.
All right. Well, we're just over 30 minutes into the trading session. Here are three big movers that we are watching. Solar stocks getting hit hard after President Trump signed an executive order calling for the rollback of subsidies for wind and solar. A number of big bank stocks also under pressure this morning as HSBC downgrades Bank of America, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. This is all ahead of their earnings reports next week. And we're watching shares of Wendy's on news that the company CEO, Kirk Tanner, is departing to take the top job at Hershey.
Let's get to Washington this morning. Our Megan Casella joins us with the latest on tariffs and what we might expect today and in the very important coming days. Megan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So the president has now formally extended the deadline for all of those so-called reciprocal tariffs from July 9th tomorrow to the end of the month. So those country-specific tariffs that were supposed to take effect tomorrow against about 60 or so U.S. trading partners are now delayed until August 1st at the earliest. And at the same time, the president is also upping the pressure on a number of those trading partners. He sent letters to 14 of them yesterday, informing them of the tariff rate that he'll place on all of their exports to the U.S. unless they strike a deal before the end of the month. You can see most of them here. The rates range from about 25% for larger trading partners like Japan and South Korea to 40% on the high end for countries that included Laos and Myanmar. And for the most part, these rates closely match or are lower than the reciprocal rates the president announced back in April. So the truly new piece here then is at least a few more weeks to negotiate. And countries have been responding overnight. Japan just announced that its tariff negotiator spoke with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent this morning. So we expect more talks and more proposals exchanged in the coming days and weeks. President Trump, meanwhile, was also asked how firm that August 1st deadline is. Here's his response.
No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now.
He went on to say the letters were more or less the final offer and that, quote, we are always looking to negotiate something that's fair. So, guys, the window is definitely still open here for these rates to change once again. Guys.
Megan, it seemed like the tone at the presser, the briefing yesterday, was what happened to 90 deals in 90 days, and that notion that in April the phones were, quote, ringing off the hook. That's something that Bessent actually did a bit of a U-turn on over the weekend.
This is, I think, a matter of reality sort of catching up with the optimism that we were seeing in April. We've talked several times about how hard it is to negotiate trade deals, how long negotiations typically take. 90 deals in 90 days was always going to be a pie-in-the-sky idea and not something that was all that likely. So that's catching up to them now. They're recognizing that, especially with so much else on their plate, they've been distracted by Congress negotiations, Israel-Iran negotiations and everything else. They haven't had the bandwidth to negotiate the way they want to. This is a recognition of that. They're saying we still mean business, we still want these rates, and that's what we saw in the letters yesterday. They still want to keep talking. But even some of the countries that are responding, I think it was South Korea that said there was simply insufficient time to negotiate a deal. We're also seeing countries not really backing down and not giving in to the deadline pressure, kind of different from what we saw in the first term. But a lot of these bigger trading partners, China, Japan, South Korea, among them, saying their national interest is still in the top priority. They're not going to just take what Japan called simplistic compromises as the easy way out. So that means these negotiations just take longer than the administration thought.
Megan, of course, I found the Southeast Asian countries of note, Cambodia, Bangladesh, I guess not really Southeast, but still in that region when it comes to retail and manufacturing, because if you don't go to China, we know there has been some shifting. Vietnam, of course, is very, very high up there, and that was sort of a previous discussion point here in the trade deals. But then the Cambodia, the Bangladeshs of the world, still relatively high, but I also imagine if it's a true negotiation, they may not have that much to give the United States. I don't believe that we do a lot of exporting to those countries either, right?
We don't. They're not major trading partners, but of course they have major impact for any companies that are based there, headquartered there, and that matters, of course, a lot for retail. But you're right. These are countries that don't have huge economies, and while we tend to buy a fair amount from them, they really don't buy a lot from the United States. We are seeing some of the smaller countries say they're looking for ways to buy more from the United States. I believe it was Thailand that said they have new proposals now to try to reduce the trade deficit with the U.S. within 6 to 7 years. So that means they're finding ways to look at something they can buy in the U.S. But when they don't have a huge economy, there's not that much that they can do to try to reduce it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those deficits, going to be tough to turn in those cases. Megan, thank you very much. Let's turn back to the markets. Keith Lerner, Truist Wealth Co-Chief Investment Officer, joins us now. Keith, good morning. I wonder what you think the market requires at this point to maybe continue this advance. It's been a very rapid recovery, one of the most rapid ones historically. And now, I think people are mostly on board with the idea that things might turn out okay.
Yeah, well, great to be with you, Mike. I mean, we have used a lot of energy. Part of the reason why this market has rebounded is as you've taken out those recession risks, as the trade uncertainty index has moved down, the market has moved higher. But I still think this market deserves the benefit of the doubt. And one of the also reasons why this market has been so resilient is corporate earnings. We know going into the last earnings season that there was a lot of fear, and there's only like about 9 companies that actually pulled guidance. So the question as we come into earnings season is what does that look like? I think it will be somewhat positive, especially as we've cut estimates once again as per normal ahead of this. So I think, Mike, maybe we need a little bit of consolidation after this big run up, but I think earnings will be the key. The other T, technology, will also be key. And we do have a little bit more clarity with the tax bill out there. So tariffs still matter, but they're not the only thing that matter.
Picture, it's all going to come into focus pretty soon. It's no doubt the bar has been lowered pretty significantly as it was last quarter.
Tomorrow, can you hear me?
You think about what was going on at this point in the month of April, in the first week of the quarter, and markets have been brutalized up until now. We're kind of riding high. I just wonder if the market is anchored to the new lower forecast and has the capacity for upside surprise, or we're just assuming it's going to be good.
No, it's a great point. I mean, as we always discuss, markets are all about expectations. And expectations for the market when you're at a 22 multiple has certainly risen. But I do think if you look at the last few months, we've seen the estimates for this quarter come down from about 9% to closer to 4%. So I think we will have an upside surprise. I mean, more importantly, will be how those companies react. But I do think a minimum that should keep kind of a
so 3 minutes is near the oversold soon. So maybe 850 we can try the long, but I'm gonna wait.
Up 5% for the S&P, high beta's up 8%, small
Yeah,
up 6%. So
it's almost touching the bottom, the oversold.
Breather, even during the earnings season, just to digest this. But again, I think this bull market has earned the benefit of the doubt, and even if it's a slower trajectory higher and with some hiccups along the way, I still think the trend is one that moves up over the duration of the year. But again, obviously,
Gail, you can't hear me?
How are we thinking about what's happening in the bond market, whether it's something that requires the attention of the investors at this point? On the one hand, you've seen yields drift.
I'm trying to fix my mic, but I didn't change anything on it.
Slight move higher in inflation expectations, market-based inflation expectations yesterday with the tariff news. But I wonder if you see that as a comfortable situation or a potential threat.
Yeah. I think it's both, Mike, right? It's comfortable right now because, as you mentioned, we're still long
Oh, yeah, that's good.
range we've been in. Our fixed income team sees fair value, the 10-year, right, kind of where we are today. If you started pressing towards the old highs, I think that's only would put some pressure on the markets. When you look at the 30-year,
We'll go back to 910 or 915. I'm gonna short again.
At this point, something on the radar. It's not something for us to make a change yet, but that's certainly something that we're watching. And then going back to the Fed, this market has
Yeah, 915 if we get that.
despite the Fed being on hold. So a lot of debate whether we're going to try to
I turn on the news too.
we will still likely see a cut, but I don't think that's the most important part for the market. I think it's going to come back to the earnings, the technology, and the resiliency of corporate America.
Keith, do you not feel like there's any fragility in this market? I mean, in your note, you talk about the bull just keeps charging, even though things are broken along the way. Can we really use history as a guide when there are so many cross currents at play? It just makes me feel a little nervous to say, well, the trend has been your friend, so let's just keep going this way.
Yeah, well, we definitely focus on the weight of the evidence, and the weight of the evidence, I mean, it's not all bullish. I mean, it's somewhat mixed. Where in our overall allocations, we're more aligned with long-term targets, so we're not, all the way to, pressing max bullishness here. But again, to your point, I mean, the first thing is after you have a 20% move in 2 months, historically, a year later, you tend to be up. 2, we're looking for more of a muddle through in the overall economy. That's fine. Valuations are relatively big, but earnings are moving higher, and the technical trends, are somewhat improving. So you put that all together. I'm always nervous. I'm always worried about the downside, but I think at least you have to give the benefit to of the doubt, and then have some things in the portfolio to hedge. We're more focused on large cap. We're more focused on growth. We do have fixed, some high quality fixed income, and we've been positive on gold all year long as well. So it's, I don't think it's an all or none situation. You still should still have some hedges for some potential disruptions or more broken glass along the way.
Yeah, those rallies in the past, 20% in 2 months. I was looking at the history. Only the 1998 low did you really go right back to an all-time high, right? Usually it's kind of coming out of a bad bear market, or it's within one. So I think the 98-99 scenario is kind of the bull's friend if it plays out that way. Keith, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Take a look at our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Former U.S. Trade Rep Ron Kirk's going to be with us on the Trump administration's fast-changing tariff policies, which he says are more performative than strategic.
Plus, tariffs hit prime time. We'll look at how trade policy is changing the game for this year's Amazon Prime Day event.
And should Tesla's board intervene? Some on Wall Street calling for directors to rein in Elon Musk's political ambitions. That story and much more when Squawk on the Street returns.
It is amazing. They used to have collagen, used to have green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. If you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing, but it is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut,
Oh, dang. He moved his to count too.
Performance, your hair,
Damn.
the immune system, it strengthens, supports all of that. I think the first thing
Yeah, it was always on the trade day. Everybody's getting killed today on the trade day.
I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Separates me faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
I'm gonna pick up the kids at 12. So I got 3 hours left. Yeah. I'm not too sure yet.
Your obsession with me is getting a little creepy.
Oh shit, I didn't know I have a short on my Lucid. I'm up $300. Sweet.
UV Pro Sport. Feel the heat?
No, eval. I was red like ELL hit a couple of days ago.
Feel the heat in your body, not the thermal. Stays put while you're active. Will not run into eyes. Protect your game with the UV Pro Sport sunscreen. Dermatologist tested, professional athlete approved. There's a reason Chevy's called the heartbeat of America. Because we proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington for the people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
The Chevy 4th of July event is on, and well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on this Silverado with around $8,000 in total value. That's 15% below MSRP, plus Texas residents can get an additional $1,000 bonus cash. Chevy drives Texas. Together, let's drive.
Issuing new tariff rates for a slew of countries this week, while also delaying the negotiating deadline to next month. Joining us now is former U.S. Trade Representative and Gibson Dunn Senior Counsel Ron Kirk. Ron, thank you very much, for being here with us. Obviously, a lot of tariff news in the last couple days, maybe even call it the last 12, 18 hours. Do you think this really moves the dial on the trade deficit with any of these trading partners? Is this accomplishing any of the administration's goals?
First of all, Courtney, thanks for having me. At least at this point, sadly, we've seen the trade deficit widen for a number of reasons. And one is that as the United States has become more aggressive under this administration in making access to our market more difficult, other countries are beginning to reciprocate. But secondly, frankly, other countries just don't know what to expect. And what I hear over and over again is, how do we know if we agree to even what is a pretty steep increase of 10%, that the administration will honor that? And so I think it's going to be quite some time before we have any real measurable difference in what it might make in our trade deficit.
I see. I note that you think that this is not so strategic after all and more performative. Can you discuss that a bit more?
Well, I mean, we keep getting these demands from the president. He puts out a deadline. And then once we get the market reaction that we did on Monday, when the president announced he was going to send out all these threatening letters, you saw the same predictable and swift downturn in the market that have signaled.
Are you taking the trade yet? No, right?
Time and time again, notwithstanding
Yeah, we have to
their
wait.
continued belief that these tariffs are going to be harmful to our economy and
For what? They got some event?
with the reshoring and the manufacturing that the administration says that it's committed to. And so it
A
just
job?
feels like it's more threatening. It doesn't feel strategic. These numbers are just being pulled out of
Oh,
the
wow,
air.
nice. I can get it.
We have focused quite a bit, obviously, on China, the Asian markets, and Europe. But I was at a conference last
So
week
you're gonna be
with a
working in
number
North
of
Park?
African countries, all of whom we have trade surpluses, and
Do they pay well?
absolutely flunked over what the
Damn.
administration expects them to do. To avoid
I think they maybe will still buy Apple
they
stuff.
already are in a deficit with the U.S.
This does not necessarily promote the idea of
I'm not going as short, but I'm scared.
changing the manufacturing balance globally.
3 minutes is towards oversold. It might bounce if it curves up. So I'll just wait.
The approach had been, by the administration, look, we're going to charge the rest of the world a toll for access to the U.S. consumer, which is the single largest source of demand in the world. It's going to be around 10%. Take it or leave it. We're just going to use this as a way of raising revenue and maybe slightly changing the playing field in terms of the production decisions. Would that be okay? I mean, if essentially the U.S. sort of made this much more about revenue and essentially a toll?
Well, the challenge with that is we have pretty strong historical evidence that when we've done that, first of all, that toll, no matter how we try to pretty it up, is still a tax borne ultimately by American businesses who import and American consumers who use these products. And it's just a fancy word for a tax. And you are getting at an underlying point that I think the administration does not want us to connect. That on one hand, they're going to go out and champion, we've just given you the biggest tax increase ever. But buried in that is a reality that they're expecting $3.7 trillion in tariffs to pay for that. And it's not going to be paid by Japan or Mexico or Canada or Korea. It's going to be paid on the U.S. side. So on one hand, they give you something, the other hand, they take it away. And so I don't think that argument would have been persuasive. It sounds better if you cloak it in reshoring, because all of us want to do everything we can to spur job growth in this country. But we saw from the first Trump administration that, in fact, many of our companies and manufacturers that are dependent on foreign inputs to make goods here ended up having to lay off workers or stall plans, or in some places it even put them out of business.
Meantime, after that threat of a tariff related to BRICS-aligned nations are on, the BRICS, Lula in particular, had some harsh words at their BRICS summit saying that they don't want emperors around the world. To what degree do you think China and the BRICS in general have been persuasive in establishing themselves as reliable trade partners?
Well, fortunately,
His market is so boring. Oh shit. Fish is down 38 grand. You see it?
To me, one of the greatest casualties of this is the president is right. We are.
No, I think he's in gold. I don't know if he's long gold or short gold. Let me ask him.
But that was based on not only our economics, but because other trading partners believe we respect the rule of law, that we adhere to a deal when we make a deal. And the more that we depart from that, and we just feel like a bully trying to throw its weight around, you end up with everybody else in the room saying, maybe we could take this guy. There are other options. And what troubles me and hurts me, having been privileged to serve in that role as U.S. trade rep, Made in America is one of the most powerful brands in the world. But we
Oh, you went
have to
short?
be out there competing. And right now,
Oh,
this
okay.
administration is putting U.S. businesses in an extremely
That's a drop.
difficult situation, and that other trading partners are now looking for other alternatives, or for the first time in many, many decades, questioning whether they can rely on the good word of
Nice.
the U.S.
Hope you get the job.
Ron, quickly before we let you go, you do mention economic power of the United States and the consumers here. Is there a way that
Now, would it pay as much as you make in trading, getting daily payouts?
in a more constructive way?
Yeah. That's the thing, though. You had to go to retail to work. That sucks. You can't really trade, especially at Apple. You know what I mean? You got to stand there in front of everybody.
China has been egregious in this, targeting.
Yeah, I hate retail. I was stuck in retail for a long time.
Over and over again. It's a much more effective and targeted rule to combat egregious behavior, protect American interests. But these blanket tariffs, I just don't think are that effective, and that's why you see very little support for these outside of the
It
administration.
850 on NQ, but no, I don't want to long it, Andrew.
Look at what could drive the push to the next mega cap milestone when Squawk on the Street comes back after this.
I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspace.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums we're getting
Yeah, I don't know about the long though.
We just didn't need the coverage anymore. Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspace.com first. There are no fees and no obligations.
Yeah,
Get
long
the real
830.
value for your life insurance when you need it.
We
With
can.
Abacus.
CIDP is no walk in the park. That's true.
Yeah, I'm just gonna long on this. What is the trade day? Just test it out. I'll do 200. Yeah. 2 MAQ. It's an eval, so I should be good. And I'm out. Yeah, let's quick in and out. Yeah. Outside, bro. I'll put 55. I have 3 of them in there.
Baby problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site Ask your neurologist about Bivgar and Tulo for self-injection.
Nice. Good luck. Are you gonna try and negotiate the pay? Oh, in person? Okay, that's good.
Welcome back. Meta poaching another AI bigwig for its super intelligence lab.
You can have a
This time
job.
Here's both the details on Mark Zuckerberg's latest
Yeah. Oh, you gotta know your tech stuff too.
The roaming Pug, the architect behind Apple foundational models. And he's not just
Oh, you
walking
did?
away from
You didn't
a
get
big job,
accepted?
he's walking away. You could see it as walking away from Apple's entire AI thesis. Now, Pug ran a 100-person team that builds LLMs powering Apple Intelligence. So that's Genmoji, writing tools, photo and video editing. And what it's supposed to, or at least was supposed to, power the new Siri. So essentially, Pung is at the center of Apple's bet that on-device models could compete with existing AI leaders like OpenAI and Google. At the same time, though, Apple has been undercutting his team's mandate by leaning more
Really?
on third-party models. Remember, Eddie Q's praise for Perplexity and Anthropic as part of his Google testimony.
Damn, that
There's
sucks.
reports that Apple's in talks to replace Siri's backend with Claude or ChatGPT. That's gotta hurt morale. And it's not surprising that when your company starts shopping for a replacement for the work that you were doing, you leave. And then there's Meta and Zuckerberg ready with a new package, reportedly worth tens of millions of dollars, and a bench that is quickly becoming a who's who of AI talent, and a mission that hits at the purpose researchers care most about right
You
now.
got out too
That
quick.
is building something that can compete at the frontier or be first to what comes after.
Well, I was looking at
superintelligence and AGI.
the oscillator.
So while this looks like a win for Meta, this may be something far more damaging for Apple.
I wonder if
When
Kim
Meta
K
is
gonna say
acting
anything
as
because
internal
it's not
AI
really red
talent,
red
Pung got to Zuckerberg still on the
with his spy stuff.
we did a quick LinkedIn search, guys, for some of the other AI researchers still at Apple on that team. It includes talent from Google DeepMind, ByteDance PhDs from
Dang, look
Berkeley.
at that pump.
Now perhaps low-hanging fruit for someone like Zuckerberg.
Yeah, I wonder, given the fact that obviously Mark Zuckerberg is interested in just pulling in talent from all corners of this emerging world, is everybody's AI research effort pretty much interchangeable with the others? In other words, are they not on different tracks, trying different modes of figuring out what works? Or is he just sort of maybe collecting them all and seeing what ends up coming out the best?
I think the mission that they all share is super intelligence
Not
or
yet.
AGI. That's
It looks like it's
artificial
gonna
intelligence
bounce.
that is even better, even smarter than humans. And sort of that's what a lot of folks here in Silicon Valley and tech talk about is whoever owns that, whoever gets to that first, sort of owns the next leg of the AI arms race. What that is, though, is open to interpretation. It's extremely vague. There's different ways of defining it. When do you know? How do you know that you're at AGI or super intelligence? But that's sort of what these researchers are all interested in, is being at the
Damn,
frontier.
that was a good
pushing that
long.
and, you know,
Wish I
creating
kept it.
products once you get there. But of course, there is sort of that phase before then, which some of the folks I talk to say that AGI doesn't really matter. It's about how you monetize these things, how you get them in consumer hands, how you scale it. But you could work on both. And I think that's sort of like the holy grail for serious, really, intense AI researchers is they want to do both. When you have an Apple that's sort of really failing on the AI side, pushing the frontier, you can go to a place like Meta that says they're going to focus on both.
Yeah, 850. Dang, that's a that's a pump. Hold on, let me see. It might go up some more.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Dave.
But 15 minutes still has downside, so yeah.
From the devastating flood in Texas
I'm
has
gonna cancel
reached
some of
one
these shorts so I don't get caught.
Hope for survivors is fading and surge and rescue operations stretch into a fifth
I'm
day.
short on
Now, the
this
vast
account.
majority of the
Order
deaths
filled.
are in
Filled.
County, where
Order
officials
submitted.
say 56 adults and 28 children died, including 27 campers and counselors at camps in the States. Ukraine said it is seeking clarification after
Yeah, that
President
market
Trump
is hard
announced
today.
late last night that the U.S. will resume weapons shipments to Kyiv. The president's statement came just days after the Pentagon halted deliveries, citing concerns about the declining U.S. stockpile. The president said the shipments were necessary to help Ukraine defend themselves from Russian attacks. And the Minnesota state senator injured in a June shooting spree that authorities called targeted political violence is out of the intensive care unit Senator John Hoffman and his wife were both injured in the rampage, which took the life of fellow lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband. A spokesperson confirmed Hoffman is now at a rehab facility. Courtney, I'll send it back to you. That's goodness. Good news that he's moved to that point. Savannah, thank you very much. Well, after the break, we will talk. Tesla tried to rebound after losing $68 billion in value following Musk's announcement that he's starting a new political party. Plus, keeping an eye on NVIDIA, aiming to hit another milestone, inching closer to a $4
rate's up
trillion
freaking
valuation. Stock on the street.
13%. I'm gonna sell. Yeah.
Jurassic World. Vehicle Jurassic Park. Experience open air freedom for all. For a third row to fit in all the adventures.
Wow, that's a huge pump.
Jurassic World Reaper.
I think so.
Purchase and get an average of $7,899 below MSRP on 2025 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon gas miles.
I'm so sick of this. Too ready.
When I started walking last night, I go that hero use AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for goggins for their noggins.
When logic bends, when certainty's shafted, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Every morning, even before the market's open, I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything.
Yeah, I have a short at 907, but it's okay. Just MNQ.
We're on a mission to make
Trade day, trade day.
We develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last, easy to care for, hard to live without. Our Daymaker pens, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments, no matter what comes your way, or how you spend your day. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. Public Rec, where comfort.
Not yet.
Order submitted.
Just trying to dip. Let me see. 3 minutes has an upside now. But 15 minutes still has a downside, so it'll drop later.
Today, bear stains, your deck will have all weather protection. I mean, today's
Order
filled.
filled.
So great. I've been telling you for months.
It's been a lot of rain. That's okay. Bear stain will resist rain in just 4 hours. Where are you going?
Oh, hey, we're having a barbecue.
Order
next Sunday.
submitted.
Wait until you see the deck.
Get the #1 rated stain at an everyday low price.
Great idea to stain the deck.
Thank you. Only at the Home Depot.
Welcome back. Wall Street reacting to Tesla CEO Elon Musk's latest political gambit, the creation of the American Party, which did send the stock tumbling yesterday. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives today says the Tesla board must act and create ground rules for Musk. Joining us this morning is DBX Ventures CEO John McNeil.
Order submitted.
Got a short on my Pro at 31.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Thanks for the time this morning.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in and out of it.
I want to get you on auto sales and I want to talk tariffs and a bunch of stuff, but the street's
Come on, baby.
really
Drop
wrestling
it.
with how much Elon is willing to go forward on this side gambit, I guess, and what that does mean for his time spent at the company.
Damn, still
Yeah, I
going.
think one of the things that
Yeah.
the board would look at is what's happening in the competitive landscape.
What a little hole.
And one of the
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Newness in their product line. And you just look across the numbers for the first half. GM doubled its EV sales and is growing
Order filled.
Here we go.
largely due to the product lineup. And so I think one
Order
of the questions
submitted.
the board's got to, I think, be wrestling with is how do we get the product lineup modernized and fresh so that Tesla can compete? Do you think at
at this point, auto sales matter to Tesla when there's so much, at least in the actual price, built into the promise of robotics and robotaxis.
Oh shit, it might go long in a little bit. That's not good. Yep, and bot went long.
You could make the argument that Tesla has, $30+ billion on its balance sheet, so it doesn't have to care.
But the 15 minutes, it still looks bad to me, so I don't know.
Evaporation of greenhouse gas credits potentially, Tesla really does need to care because more than 100% of their earnings comes from those credits. So if those go away, you've got a company that's losing money. May have negative cash flow. That can't last forever.
Yeah.
And
850 was a good long.
Agree that we're years away from robotics being meaningful in terms of the earnings. Tesla and even Elon said that 2030 is really an aim for the humanoid robots to really make a difference and begin to show an impact on Tesla's financials. So yeah, I do think auto sales matter, and they're going to need to matter for the next 5 to 10 years.
Do you think some of the damage?
TV keep going off.
John, potentially from.
See, bought long at 9:38. So.
Is long term. I mean, how much of this is about brand damage when for so long Elon was sort of the driving force, no pun intended, for many reasons investors didn't.
Yeah, I might pump some more now.
It's a good question, Courtney. I think would have filled data. 80% of Tesla's sales.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
And so when you alienate your core customer, it does become very, very difficult to recover.
Order filled.
Order filled. Alongside the
Order
challenge
submitted.
of rebuilding a brand for that core target customer is very daunting.
John, you mentioned, the Tesla's reliance on various credit
I did pull
programs.
back.
Order
The
filled.
push of policy right now has been on the consumer side.
Order
to try and
submitted.
sway them back toward internal combustion engines, or at least remove any enhanced attraction to EVs.
I don't know. I
Something that
don't like the long. I think bot's gonna be wrong on this long.
Reset priorities. I know you have the window through GM, but also the conventional wisdom has been Tesla can survive better than the other EV competitors in that world. But is that true?
I think we've really made a push as an industry, and I can speak specifically for GM, to really reduce costs on the EV side and reach parity with combustion engine cars. And the best-selling EV for GM
Order filled.
is
And I'm out of my Pro.
That's about
Didn't move any money.
less than you could buy a Tesla Model. So it is. I think that the narrative has been that Tesla can survive
Order filled.
can survive this tax credit going away. But quite frankly, they're not in the same cost and price position as some of the competition, and that's what's leading to a leakage in market share.
Look at that drop.
Meanwhile, John, interesting piece on the tape this week regarding Waymo doing these road trips to the northeastern United States, Philly, New York City. That seems to be the next chapter here in trying to decide or figure out whether or not autonomous can work in dense urban environments. What you thinking on that?
Well, I think first of all, it's exciting, Carl, because for those of us who live in the Northeast, we're constantly
Yeah.
asked when is
Maybe
autonomous
if it
happening,
goes down
and
to
the
8
answer is,
something
well, it's
again, we
already
can
happening.
long, but that
And it's happening in
958
dense
long is
cities.
bad.
Waymo started in the densest of environments in San Francisco, where you not only have city density, but you've got hills that really affect the visibility
Order filled.
that the car can achieve. And it has handled those
Order submitted.
an enormous success. And so I'm excited when
Oh,
I
it's
see
9:38 when it
Waymo is now
long.
mapping in Philly and Boston and New York. I think it's going to be a challenge from a regulator standpoint to get into those markets. But quite frankly, can't wait to have a driverless ride in the Northeast cities.
Finally, of course, busy week on the tariff front. Is your general advice to people that if they are in the market for a new car,
Yeah,
that
everybody's
the sooner
blowing
the
up
better
today.
to get a deal?
Holy shit.
I think so.
I don't
we just
see
don't know.
why
Still,
it's not too bad for people to blow up like this
every
today.
month with these tariffs, the car companies are scrambling and scrambling their plans each time a new announcement is made. But what that means for the consumer is the best priced cars are available now, and
this gives another month of reprieve to some
Oh, you went long?
cars in the market. Not all cars, because the 25% tariff with Canada, et cetera, is still in play. But there is the best time to buy a car is now, because if the tariffs do go into effect, as they're outlined today, that's going to have a significant impact on the cost of a lot of cars.
Yeah. Well, we did get a bit of a pull forward in the last few months. We'll see if that does continue as we continue to have this rolling window of implementation. John, great stuff as always. Please come back soon.
You bet. Good to see you, Carl.
By the way, we should mention as well that Dan Ives will be on the exchange later today, talk about his Tesla note and what he's advising the Tesla board to do.
All right, still to come. Tariffs hit prime time. Amazon kicking off its annual sales event today, but the Trump administration's trade policies could weigh on this year's discounts. Those details are next. And NVIDIA pushing closer to a major milestone. We'll tell you what could drive the stock to the $4 trillion.
Pioneering investment inspires you to dig deeper and step up to the highest level. That's the PIM effect.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for plastic.
Oh wow! Oh, I gotta say, what the fuck? Wow, a lot of people blew. Well, that's some news. What the hell? Wow, that saved my trade day. Holy shit! Yeah, that's why they were long, because the 15 minutes was still bearish. Holy shit.
Understanding what just happened in the market.
I don't see any news on it.
Talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. Which American states are driving business, surviving, and thriving? America's top states for business is back. Which state will take the honors this year? The list revealed Thursday.
You went long?
CNBC Plus. Markets are highs, but that does not mean you should get too comfortable. Whether the risks are trade-related, geopolitical, macroeconomic, or anything in between, we're going to speak with one expert who's taking a more active approach to right-sizing those risks. Tune into our Market Navigator segment later on today on Power Lunch, 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
I don't know. It's 3 minutes. Still got some upside in 3 minutes, but long term it's still gonna go down.
The fearless investor. Attack ACPA. The boot maker. Yeah. What many do, and something. We all get Schwab with our wealth. Thanks to our award-winning service, thoughts, and transparent advice. Every day, over 1 million multimillionaires trust
Jumping
Schwab
back up again.
with $1 trillion of their wealth.
Is that why we don't? We said that yesterday.
When disaster takes control of your life, we got you. Single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right.
I think so. Caveman hit DLL on it.
Known as FICO, the stock's falling after FHFA. Director Bill Pulte posted on X that Fannie and Freddie would allow lenders to use Vantage Score starting today. Vantage Score is a competitor to FICO. Pulte, of course, has been critical of FICO in the past, company's costs. A couple of months ago, and another tweet, which I think resulted in the biggest one-day drop for FICO in several years. A bit of an echo of that.
Yeah, Biden did, but maybe.
Kind of quasi-monopoly in
also kind of surfacing the reality that it's been one of the best performing stocks the last 2 decades. If I go the last 10 years, even after this big drop, is up like 34% annualized, which shows you how good the economics are of that lock they have.
Order filled. Order filled.
That was quick. In and out 1 second.
How good are those Prime Day discounts?
Is Trump on TV, Gal?
Possible tariff influence this year makes it even murkier. So Amazon CEO Andy Jassy told our Jim Cramer that prices have not gone up appreciably due to tariffs on his site. However, several outside pricing accounts suggest that's not true for every item. So Commerce IQ says an analysis of 57,000 SKUs on Amazon shows the average selling price did increase.
Going back down.
Mostly flat, so lower priced items. The upper price products do show that prices have increased between 5 and 15%. So that portfolio approach we've talked about retailers using appears to be
Order
Order
submitted.
analysis of a little over 1,400
Kind of went wrong at 902.
in China sold on Amazon. It was done from January to mid-June.
Order
The
filled.
median price increased on 475
Got some good for $45 payout. It's not much, but it's free lunch.
Increasing 2.6%, with prices increasing more sharply in May and June, particularly in home furniture and electronics. Now, in order to participate at least 20% off the current or the sale price.
Order submitted.
5%
Yeah, it's confusing. It's hard. You gotta be in and out.
Items also have to have stars. They
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
I'm just taking like 3 points.
Order submitted.
Changes around its strategy. Now, beyond pricing, inventory, that's also something we really
Order
Order filled.
There we go.
are saying,
I'm up almost $100 now on that trade day, so 3 more hundred I can stop.
Order submitted.
Yeah.
Order submitted.
Cause you can't flip on those evals, so you just have to trade for 7 days.
In the volume, it may not be a risk that every small brand is willing to take.
Just how visible that's going to be to the typical consumer customer, right? Because you mentioned all the parameters that Amazon
Yeah, it's a hard day,
applies
Ray.
to this process. So Amazon is this engine of disinflation, and Prime Day is on top of that, kind of mandating these discounts. And so lower discount, I just wonder how it feeds into consumer psychology.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Everyone feels like things have gotten more expensive, even if they don't have access to some pricing analysis that we've shared.
Order
where,
submitted.
Yes, maybe writ large things are up, but just a little bit. I think it feels worse to some consumers. And so if then they see a discount of 20%, does
Order
that
filled.
influence
Order
their buy?
submitted.
They say, wait a minute, how much of a discount is this if it's already gone up?
Yeah.
At least I feel.
Oh damn, now it's dropping. Come on.
Right. 90 days, it's been enough time for things to move.
Exactly.
Fascinating. By the way, the president's also on the tape this morning saying that August 1st is the date. This date, he says, has not changed and will not change. We'll see how resolute the administration is on this new deadline regarding some of these reciprocals. After the break, the race to $4 trillion. Will NVIDIA outpace
Oh damn, that's a big drop.
to this next market cap milestone? We'll talk about what might drive the next leg of gains. And check out SoFi as we go to break, getting a boost in early trade, better than 5%. Company says it was expanding access to private market companies like OpenAI.
Order canceled.
SpaceX,
Order
and
filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
Jeez.
It starts with gently cooking our food to give your dog the nutrients they need without the over-processing.
Order submitted.
First box, only at thefarmerstuff.com. Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? Fishing? Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Goal for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
We're from the Daily Planet, and we're borrowing your car to chase a leak.
By the way, saw Superman playing from his thing.
Let's go. Your Superman was just here. What happened?
He's on a roll this morning. Already saved a little girl. If you hurry, you can probably catch up.
See the all-electric Toyota BZ and Superman. Only used. Marshall buyers have a very particular.
Yeah, I'm stuck in a long.
They can hunt down the latest trends.
I went long on my GPT Pro at 90 and it dipped. Yeah, it just flush.
Highly trained,
No news.
deal-making professionals who travel far and wide to offer the best for you. We get the deals.
Yeah.
You get the good stuff.
NVIDIA rapidly approaching its next mega cap milestone, driven by the AI revolution. Of course, Christina Partsinevelos here with more.
Inching closer to the once unthinkable
Order filled.
Shares would need to actually hit
Order submitted.
163.93 to make it the first company ever to cross that milestone. Despite the staggering run of Wall Street's
Man, that drop's gonna hurt.
NVIDIA just raised its price target to 190, citing a surge in sovereign AI.
Should I average down?
Governments racing to build and control their own AI infrastructure and data pipelines.
I'm gonna have to average down. Yeah, 815 maybe.
Order submitted.
Don't expect to collapse. Demand just remains way too strong. There are other catalysts in play too. You've got autos as well as China. Bank of America highlights that a single autonomous test vehicle can generate enough data in 6 hours to fill 256 iPhones. As autonomous vehicle testing ramps up, they estimate the GPU count for autonomous driving assistance systems could grow tenfold from 8,000 GPUs to 80,000 GPUs. As for China, NVIDIA says it's assuming zero data center
Order
revenue
filled.
and export
Order
control.
canceled.
So if rumors of a compliant V30 chip, that would be the black belt chip, are true, it could be a tailwind, not in models, but potentially in the stock, because it would be the source of revenue.
Order submitted.
And I want to leave you with NVIDIA's latest tweet. NVIDIA
Now
reposted
I want to go short.
OpenAI has no plans to use Google's custom chips. Powered. You can see powering the foundation by NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Wells Fargo called this tweet, quote, savage, as it reinforces the view that NVIDIA's chips still outperform custom silicon.
It's pretty savage. Thanks, Christina. Christina Partsinevelos.
Short might still be
Still
good.
this morning on Money Movers, former Dallas Fed President Kaplan's with us on how the new tariff deadline might impact the Fed's timing on potential rate cuts as Money Movers begins after the break.
Yeah. I just need to hit 90 so I can get out. I'm gonna stay out.
AT&T Business.
Stock's gonna get hit.
Guarantee our best deals on any smartphone.
This
Your
is not
choice of our
good.
best plans. What we can't guarantee, your employees having a similar work style. You hire.
Yeah.
What is that? All having the same.
Order canceled.
I'm gonna see if I
I
can
like
just
this style.
$40, $50. Or it'll down 100.
Order submitted.
So that pump was pretty good, yeah. Let me start that giveaway. You should join too. It's a Tradeify 50K events.
This platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work.
Come on, pump it.
In our previous home, we had wood. I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks
Pump it,
made it
baby.
even better. I'm so happy with it.
Dang. That killed a bot. Yeah. What a pump. You got out? Come on, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I just got out. Fuck it. I'll take a $2 loss. I don't want to hold. I don't want to bag hold any shit.
Gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1. Confused on where to start with GLP-1 weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was a simple, straightforward process. See the lowest prices available with or without insurance for Wegovy, step-down, and more at getlifemd.com. Nearly 96% of patients would recommend the LifeMD program to other people who want to lose weight. Order filled. Free insurance benefits check. Order
Yeah, I'm off that. I don't want to miss anything. I'm done.
This is Mia.
Yeah, I took a small L on my trade day.
With the business growing so fast, she needs fast funding to keep making waves. That's why Mia's U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing, giving her access to funds typically needed for growth. Because we love watching her make a splash. That's the power of Mia. This is the power of us.
Yeah, what a pump. I'm gonna start it. There we go.
Political tensions. Thursday, streaming on CNBC Plus. Reagan here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah has the morning off. This hour, the president hosting a cabinet meeting at the White House a day after pushing back that tariff deadline. We'll talk about what's the latest on the potential trade deals. We'll bring you those remarks as soon as we get them.
How shifting tariff deadline could create for
So you caught it?
between the president and the Fed chair.
Nice.
Delay what Trump says is an imperative need for the economy, rate cuts. Former Democrat president and Goldman Sachs vice chairman his take.
Some new numbers from Boeing just reporting June orders and deliveries. We'll get to that in a moment. In the meantime, been in and out of the green this morning on the S&P, although we're down about 4 points now. Dow's down 150.
Wow,
Sectors are mixed. Energy actually carrying quite a bit of water, up 2% today as the yield backdrop's a little steeper.
You traveled a lot.
40-year got close to 5 this morning. 10-year at 4.42, about the highest since June 20th.
We will start in Washington.
I don't know about Cancun, dude. Cancun's scary. I think so.
The cabinet meeting in just a moment, but first want to flag that the president just in the last few minutes took to Truth
Man, I should have held my long. I would have been up a lot.
on his new August 1st deadline for country-specific tariffs to kick in. He wrote on Truth Social that tariffs will start being paid on
That's a
August 1st,
huge
and
pump.
that, quote, there will be no change to this date. He also adds no extensions will be granted.
Yeah,
He's trying here to
for
firm
sure.
up this deadline after we just spoke last hour. He appeared to
And you
leave the
look at
door
our
open for some changes.
trade day challenge, a ton of people blew up today.
And even in the letters that he sent to the countries yesterday, he also says more are coming today. The president had said tariff rates could move up or down depending on how the negotiations go. Now he says the deadline itself will not be moved for what would be.
Well, look at the squeezes on the radar screen. This looks like it's gonna go down, like more drop.
On his public schedule today. It's really a chance for him to be gathering his department heads. The White House, it'll be the 6th meeting of his term with the cabinet, and we'll have a chance
Yeah,
to hear
it looks like it's gonna drop more
from the
later, so
president, but also we
they're gonna
expect
fake the
Treasury
pump and then dump it
Commerce
again.
Secretary, all of them will be able to give us an update on how these trade negotiations
Let me see.
are going. We'll be watching
Yeah,
for that.
3 minutes looks like
Never
pump.
spoken with White House officials who say a big part of
I don't want to
focus
get
at
caught
today's
again.
meeting will be discussions of how the president's mega bill was signed into law.
Are you long at now?
Benefit each of their dependents. So all of that will be off the White House in just a few minutes.
Too scared.
Megan, in terms of trade negotiations, is there a sense as to which one is on the front burner? I mean, the language out of Japan continues to be relatively tough. Maybe the EU too. We keep hearing about India.
Yes, those are the ones we hear about the most. It's really hard to know. They say that Japan has been really tough. They say the EU has been especially tough, even as some EU officials this week have been out there saying they do think they could strike a deal before July 9th. It was before the deadline was moved, but I'm guessing they're still hoping for that. India, they say, has been close, but they've been saying that for 6 or 7 could
Let me see
mean
where you at, Ben.
smaller deals first. Maybe a country like Thailand or Malaysia, Cambodia finds a way to satisfy the president. That could help them notch some early wins and some deals that we've been waiting for. And then the bigger ones are left for later. The White House says they've been focused on the biggest trading partners, but we also know those are the hardest.
Megan, thanks so much. We're keeping us honest on the pace of these negotiations. Megan Casella. Let's stick with the tariffs and the impact on markets as the major indices come off their worst day since about the middle of June. Joining us here at Post 9 this morning is Citi's research head of global strategy, Rob Rowe, once again with us. Welcome back, Rob.
Thank you very much. Hi, Courtney.
The president says August 1 is the date. Does that introduce new instability for equities or not?
Right now, I think it's going to be up and down because we're in this negotiation period, and obviously President Trump is going to say a few things to push this along, and I think there's a lot of back and forth. So it's very hard to tell. As
Good
she's
dump
stating,
again.
it's
I'll
very
go
hard for
long,
us to be able to ascertain
want the
exactly
short
how
yet.
these negotiations are going to go.
Right.
Because we're in the middle of it.
Right. But we do have the spending bill now in our pockets, right? And I guess Q2 earnings expectations
holding it?
notwithstanding, is there a sense that the second half might be brighter than the first?
We're generally positive and bullish on the S&P. We think that our target rate for year end is
40. How many
changed.
positions do you have?
And that assumes a number of things. We do think it'll be volatile.
Six?
It'll be going back and
150K,
forth
or is it?
as we
Oh, no,
hear
you're good.
about the effects of things from the bill as well as tariffs. When you think about it, we're already kind of estimating a 15%
Was that your 150K or was it
tariff rate
25K?
that includes
Okay.
a good negotiation period for the USMCA, which are our two largest trading partners. And right now,
You
their tariff rates
fucking
are
a job,
single
dude.
digits. So,
You're making more staying home. I'm just saying.
come out in a 10% tariff rate or maybe a 20% tariff rate. And the one thing we would worry about is any additional sectoral tariffs, which could drive that to a 20% effective tariff.
How likely could sectoral tariffs be, especially now, as Carl mentioned, we have this spending bill that's been passed. I mean, we have to pay for this in some way.
I hate retail. Retail is shit.
To raise that revenue.
Yes, and actually some of the CBO projections would say
That's too
that
low, dude. You can't, no. Man, even at In-N-Out and not a fast joint, you can't pay 18. You know what I mean? Yeah. At least 20. They need to give you at least 20. Yeah. Oh shit, I got a lot of I got a lot of giveaway for TPT now. They replied back late. We didn't do the TPT tournament. Oops.
Extending this deadline is actually a positive. It means that there's still negotiations going on. The original argument was that we were going to have that deadline now. So, right. I mean, you still have days to negotiate this. So we'll see. They're giving a little extra. I always felt that if the negotiations were going in a forward manner, that you would see some of this extension happen. I didn't.
We did some TPT tomorrow for the giveaway.
I think your house view is that the Fed will be constructive.
So get your points in, Gambit.
That's correct. And we have 3 cuts for the year starting in September because we do think that you're going to see a slowdown still. Not a recession, but a slowdown. Probably slow down to about 1% GDP, real GDP growth, Q over Q, fourth quarter.
Right. What drives that slowdown? The slowdown in consumer spending?
I think it is a slowdown in consumer spending. I do
It's
also
dropping
think
again.
that the labor market is showing a lot of
Yeah, that
signs
market is
of,
crazy.
a lot of cracks, although it's been resilient. I mean, it was a positive, jobs print, even though underneath it all, there's a lowering of the participation.
Let me see where
rate.
the
We're seeing people
3
leave the job
minutes.
force. That could
Yeah,
also
it
be
looks
a
like I'm more
testament to
upside. I do want to
immigration.
long.
But you
If
are
it
seeing a
dipped
lower
down
participation
under
rate,
900,
although
I
you
might
also saw
long.
lower jobs, though, even though that was a positive number, we're mostly confined to healthcare and to government.
I should long on my trade challenge.
We still
Down.
cracks that we're seeing.
Put
If
9 on
orders
1
to bid it,
for the long.
inflation cooperates, and that's a big if. It's drop base.
If
I
we
don't
hit
think
9 on
anybody
1.
expected the inflation rate to be at 2.7% for PC right now. We expect that to go to 3.1%, mostly on tariffs by the end of the year. And I think that that's what's holding the Fed back right now.
So you do think CPI rolls a little higher, but that the 10-year ends at 4.1?
That is predicated on Fed cuts.
On Fed cuts.
Exactly. Now, that doesn't mean that the curve flattens either. We think the curve will remain steep on deficit concerns.
And so if the trend is upward, is this going to be a broad-based move higher? Are the mega caps still going to drive us further?
We think there's still a great AI narrative here, and I think what we're going to start to look at to see if that affects growth or affects.
You got 2 points. Good job, Jay-Z.
Labor productivity has a high correlation with the S&P, so does real GDP growth. And we would want to see an improvement in productivity associated with AI, as well as other things, in order to see more upside to the S&P.
Finally, Wells had some nice things to say about Citigroup and a lot of the banks going into earnings next week, largely on this sort of deregulatory framework, the biggest wave of deregulation since the mid-90s, and that the banks have already re-rated a bit higher on the multiples. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think, volatility is always a good thing for markets, and I think markets are having a good year. I think we're starting to see banking having a good year and more
It is too
more
choppy to
momentum there.
trade.
And I would personally say that those are the bigger drivers than deregulation. I think deregulation.
Dude, your tax gonna
will be
suck this
positive,
year,
but I
dude, because
don't
you're
know
making
how
a lot.
extensive it really will be.
We'll learn more about all that next week, of course. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Good to see you.
Yeah, you gotta do that. You actually have to go to accounting.
Big numbers for Boeing in the month of June. Big
Yeah, I don't know. TurboTax would be good for that.
In the month of June, Boeing delivered 60 airplanes. Why is this significant? 42 of those, by the way, being 737 MAXs. That is the highest monthly delivery rate for Boeing
Because I always
since
take mine
December of
to those
2023.
guys, so.
First half deliveries, 280. The highest first half delivery
Doc does
total
it himself, I
since
think.
2018. In terms of orders, 113 net orders for the month of
I
June.
got a corporate one.
Year to date, they're up to
So he
625.
just does
The
both.
backlog now stands at just under 6,000 planes.
See, but Doc
at
is American.
5,953
They ain't gonna
planes.
deport him.
Guys, not a surprise that Boeing is increasing its delivery
You get
rate
audited, they're
as
gonna
they
send
have
your
hit
ass home.
The production rate of 38 per month. Remember, that's the limit that was set by the FAA. They hit
Yeah.
that in June. If they can sustain that for a couple of months, they say they will then appeal to the FAA or apply to the FAA for an approval.
You had to put in a spreadsheet, like your Excel, and just put, that's what I still do that. Like everything I spend.
Sounds like good news for Boeing,
Yeah.
getting these highs not seen in some time.
Yep.
The stock is not moving markedly on this. Can you explain that disconnect?
It was expected. It was expected. I mean, everybody knows that they've been increasing their production. Look at the stock over the last year. It's close to a 52-week high. So it's had a nice move here, especially in the last 2 or 3 months. Now, whether or not it takes another leg from
Let
here,
me
that
email
remains to be seen. But
TPT.
it was expected that they
Send
probably
my
were going to post
regards.
a pretty strong delivery total for the month of June. And that's expected, by the way, for the next several months as they continue to increase max production.
Yeah, I'll find anything. I have a buy at
The
901.
name as we continue to wait for maybe some clarity on the Air India crash. That's our Phil LeBeau on Boeing. When we come back, former Dallas Fed President Kaplan's with us. Does pushing back the tariff deadline also push back the next rate cut? We will discuss.
And later, Uber hitting a fresh all-time high this week. Is there more room to run? We'll break down the bull case when Money Movers comes back.
Some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amount for that overall investment, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
I think my mom's gonna hit soon. That's Top Step funded.
That's impressive. This guy can do big sketches. Use sketches for it's comfort that performs.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce
Yeah.
cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended CoQ10.
Trade day at 901.
Order submitted.
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types. Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle all agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent. Gary, bubbly water, no bubbles. So what did you do this weekend?
The huge. Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
Which American states are driving business, surviving, and thriving?
Order
The
filled.
ultimate
I'm out.
competition. America's top states for business is back. This year, states are tackling tariffs, budget cuts, finding local strength in a time of national economic uncertainty. Last year, Virginia took the honors. Which state will be
Order
the top state
submitted.
for business this year?
America's top states for business. The full list revealed Thursday and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Who? Yeah, he's on TV. I got 20 minutes left. Are you joining up on Tradeify?
Order filled.
Order filled.
I'm long again at 89. I'm at 90.
Order submitted.
No. I got back to
Order
my loss
submitted.
earlier, so I'm good.
And ZipRecruiter is on it. It finds active, qualified candidates with the exact
I do.
skills I'm looking for.
No, I want to make more. I'm on a $45. I'm just waiting for a better
These
wrong.
candidates are qualified. Wrong skills, wrong experience. I don't want to work with this
Yeah,
person.
both on
That was a
buffer.
trend influencer.
One's up 25, one's up 20.
I'm getting people who are the best fit for my roles. ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/travel.
Yeah, I want to make sure you just average down. I'm using TPT for like lunch money only.
With the U.S. before August 1, but with tariff uncertainty set to continue, will affect this month or later in the year. Joining us here at Post 9 this morning, former Dallas Fed President and Goldman Sachs.
You did really
Vice
good
Chairman
TPT, man.
Good to have you. Thanks. Good to be here. Good to see you. What do you make of that correlation between these deadlines and what the Fed
Pro?
may or may not do?
Yeah, that's stupid. You don't reset pro. It's easy to pass.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, I could have told you that.
And say that we're in a disinflating world, and that we've got goods
Yeah.
overcapacity.
Lately, you've been doing
globally,
good.
And also demand in the United States is solid but
Yeah.
sluggish, and GDP is a little bit sluggish, one-ish. So it gives you optimism that if the
I
tariffs
have
are
a
low
long
to
at
mid-teens,
95 on my
will figure
trade
out a
day.
way to process those and limit the price increases, but they need to know what the tariffs are. And so
Oh, is my volume too low on my mic?
first and
My bad.
threat on Japan, South Korea,
Oh.
some of the other uncertainty. I think the prudent thing for the Fed will be to see get the
Let's
tariff
see,
rate
is
set
bot long or
by
short?
Christmas,
Bot
get a
is
little bit more data to
short
see how
at
the economy
8:56.
processes them and get themselves in a position to actually act in
3
September
minutes.
at a time when we
Still
see
got some
what they're
upside,
trying to do.
but 15 minutes still got downside. Yeah, so short term we can still get a little pump, but long term is gonna go down.
So I think some of the price shock is filtering in.
Yeah.
You're going to get a little bit more. You've got uncertainty about the actual levels. But no, I think the thing that was so hard in April, it was so abrupt, and businesses didn't know how to process it. Consumer inflation expectations spiked because they didn't know how to think about it. We've now had 90 days to kind of
Yeah, my
internalize
long's
it,
gonna hit
process
soon.
it. Inflation expectations are calming. Businesses are figuring out now how they'll adjust. And so I think the shock part is probably in the rearview mirror.
When you're looking at both the revenue potentially being generated from these tariffs, whatever the level ends up being, as well as what comes as a result of this spending bill, how
Went
does
along
that
on my
fare for the economy
TPT.
overall and consumers?
So, a surprise, if we were having this conversation in January, it felt like the fiscal policy would be restrictive.
Yep.
We'd be doing these big cuts, we'd be extending the Trump tax cuts, and what's happened is the spending cuts have been
Order
lower.
filled.
Order
Yeah,
filled.
I went long.
The stimulus has been bigger,
Order
and so the
submitted.
deficits may actually go up. So instead of being contractionary, it may be neutral or stimulative. It means the odds of recession are lower. It means the deficits and the 10-year treasury is going to be stickier. But it also means that if for the stock market, corporate earnings we think are likely to be resilient. I think you've got a lot of stimulus
out.
going into next year, accelerated
Order submitted.
depreciation, tax on tips,
Order
tax on
submitted.
overtime. which should create some tailwind. And so from a business point of view, I think businesses are cautious and they want to get through the uncertainty, but
3
they're
minutes.
relatively optimistic
Looks
about
like
the
I want to
future.
go down. Shit, I need to get out.
The expensing, pull forward of deductions,
Orders
meaning
submitted.
a large cash flow tailwind. Do you think that manifests
Orders
itself
canceled.
I think I want to go down
CapEx
again.
intentions start to rebound?
I think so. Listen,
Let me get out of this one.
every business
Let
is
them all
having
pop.
to think about spend on
Oh,
technology.
fuck.
And
Yeah, I'm long at 90, 92 on the trade day.
which use cases work and which cases don't. And in some cases that will drive
It's an eval, dude.
they'd like to be bigger to spend all this money on AI. The part that businesses have been hesitating about is bricks and mortar, more traditional CapEx, because they didn't know exactly what the tariffs would be.
I'm out. I just take flat. I'm gonna wait. I think it's gonna dip.
That may continue a little bit. I think you'll see some investment. The accelerated depreciation will help. I think that will firm that a bit.
What are clients asking you about most right now? What are the
I think it hit.
concerns and or hopes to sort of capitalize?
I'm gonna put long at 55, like last
Orders
time.
So
submitted.
if it's a corporate client, they want to just reaffirm there's unlikely to be a recession. Sluggish growth, but not a recession.
Yeah, long is not doing good. We should just short.
I think that there are looming uncertainties that like
Fade the bot, get wrecked. Okay, I got lunch money. That's all I care about. Free lunch. Let me see if I can fix my mic. I don't know why it's low. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me better now? Oh, there we go. There's a volume button. My bad. I'm stupid.
Some of the deficit impact of the tax and spending bill and stimulus.
Is it better now, Gil?
So I think the clients are just wanting to understand it. There are more clients out there globally that are hedging the dollar than I've seen historically. I don't think that's. I think that's a short-term move. It can reverse, but you're seeing a little bit of dollar weakness and a little bit more looking more broadly for investment options and a reluctance to buy duration because of the deficit issues.
Right. Sort of explains the.
Is it better? Gil, is it better? It is now? Okay.
The comments in the election about more fiscal stimulus.
Cool. Thank you.
So Japan's got a little bit of a supply shock themselves in the right because of weather on rice, and that's a very big deal there. That's right, and it's affecting them. But sure, you'll notice today.
Oh, I'm not talking. That's why.
Globally, duration is backing up, not just in the United
The
States.
TV's on, but I'm not saying anything.
Globally, given these
Maybe I can turn the TV in this
the world,
way.
there's a little bit of reluctance. Investors will buy debt, but they want to stay a little shorter.
What's your
I have
view
long at
about how
55,
immigration,
so I'm gonna
immigration
wait.
policy will or has been impacting the labor force?
All right, so if it weren't for the tariffs, I think the big story would be more likely immigration in that we've shut the border, we've cut off appropriately illegal immigration, we've deported criminals. What people are maybe not realize is there are 10 million plus workers in this country who are undocumented, heavily in construction, agriculture, services, who are very uncertain of their status. And we're hearing from employers, some number of them are not coming into work because they're nervous if they go to work, they may not come home. They may get, there may be an ICE raid, they may be deported. It's having some chilling effect. The end result of this is the labor force is much tighter right now than people think. So we saw a jobs number last week. It's not that businesses are hiring so aggressively, but they're reluctant to fire. And you'll notice that labor supply, even in that report, went down a little bit. We're running a very tight labor market right now. That means lower growth.
Yeah, careful long. It looks like it's gonna drop more.
Less likely to spike up.
Finally, we're going to be talking about the banks next week. You think, capital markets activity, all the promises we've been talking about all year, those green shoots are coming, yes?
I think investment banking activity is probably a little better than people may realize. And also, I think in a period of uncertainty where people are repositioning their portfolios, hedging,
taking another step that plays very well to big firms like ours and others that are advising clients. Advice is at a premium right now. I think you guys see that. Clients want advice, and that plays very well to a client-oriented firm like Goldman Sachs.
Robert, thanks for coming over. Good to see you as always. Appreciate the help, Robert Kaplan.
Some great insights. Well, after the break, with 2025 gearing up to be the second hottest summer on record, which utility names could benefit? We will discuss.
We'll take a look at the rise in big bank valuations, actually, even as HSBC does cut. Goldman and a couple of other names this morning ahead of earnings, leaving a buy rating on just a single name in the sector. We'll talk about which one in a moment.
At 55, it hasn't hit yet.
Wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies.
Good thing I didn't go long earlier.
Management experience as sophisticated as you are.
Yeah. You got it out, right?
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy?
I think 55 is going to hit. For sure.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
You've asked me that 3 times already.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to hit soon.
Yes.
Let me see. The 3 minutes looks bad. It might go down more on the 3 minutes, and 15 minutes got room for more downside. So we might lose 800. Should I cancel my long? Yeah.
It changed my mind.
Urologist recommended Cerefolin Brain Wellness.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time
trying to
and
go
they
direct
did all
today
the
with
work
these
of finding
dips.
and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to
So we got 8 minutes left.
free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Yeah.
You could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless. Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing phase 2 studies, Medicus Pharma leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Right. It guides our every waking moment. What we do and how we do it. But the amount of light we need can change in an instant. And when it does, you can control it. 3-day blinds. Find the light for your life. Visit 3dayblinds.com to get started.
We're now in a story-dominated market. Even as the coverage is still all about the next quarter point from the Fed, I say that's for the institutions trying to beat the indices by 1% or 2.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming.
You wanna go long? You want a YOLO?
Shaping up to be the second hottest year on record.
Don't you have an eval you can trade or no? Or you blew that already? Okay.
Good morning, Carl. Well, as Americans are cranking their air conditioners, it could be a boon for utility companies since more power sold increases earnings. But not all utility models are the same. The independent power producers could be the biggest winners from record heat, since companies like Vistra, Constellation, NRG, and Talon own just power plants that sell to competitive markets. When it's hot and demand grows, power prices rise, benefiting those generators.
Now, for regulated utilities that own generation and distribution, it's more complicated. But companies that have usage-based models are the ones to watch. That's CMS Energy, DTE Energy, WEC Energy, and Alliant Energy. Since while power prices are fixed, if more is sold, they keep the extra, which positively
Bought
impacts
short
their
at
net income.
856
Now,
for lower day.
also helping make the case for
Order filled.
which is good for the sector.
Yeah.
Order
About 5 points. Lucid is straight to funded, so there's no activation.
Inflation and the 2025 summer cooling season is set to put Americans back $784 on average, the highest in more than a decade.
Yeah, that's cheap.
For inflation, guys, I know that my AC is definitely working overtime right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You want to give you the
I was
link?
thinking about that, to your point about the overtime. I mean, there's a lot of discussion about the grid in general, what it can
Okay.
handle with all of
I'll
the
link you. I'll DM you.
Any concerns there for any of the
I just
utilities in particular?
gave out the winners for the TPT
For
real
the first
quick.
time in more than 2 decades. And so that is straining a system that is built to operate during those times of peak demand. And one really important point here to note is that PJM, during the June heat wave, PJM is the largest grid operator in the U.S. They saw a record peak demand of 160 gigawatts between 5 and 6
I hope you
p.m.
went long.
That
Your
was
long would have been
higher than
good at 55.
peak demand for next year, which shows you just how fast it is growing. And of course, from the utility standpoint, even if they're not necessarily benefiting from higher power prices, they do benefit from that higher volume sold, because then that makes the case to their PUC that their customer base is growing, their demand is growing, and so then that allows them to invest in new infrastructure, which is how they earn a rate of return on that CapEx. And then, of course, you add in things like data centers, electrification, and reshoring, and then just power demand is set to grow here. And it's a huge constraint that all these companies are trying to figure out while not placing an unnecessary burden on consumers.
I know I get those text messages warning me about the heat wave, trying to conserve energy, and I want to, but also it's very hot, so I'm also on the AC. Thank you very much, Pippa. Well, it's now time for a news update. Silvana Henao has that for us. Hi, Silvana. Hey, Courtney. Good morning to you. The number of people killed by devastating floods in Kerr County, Texas over the holiday weekend has now risen to 87, including 30 children. The vast
Wow, what a
majority
bump.
of Texas, more than 100 flooding deaths are from the county where the Guadalupe River swelled more than 26 feet in less than an hour Friday morning. Officials said moments ago there are still 5 campers and 1 counselor missing from Camp Mystic. An imposter using an AI-generated voice to impersonate Secretary of State Marco Rubio contacted 3 foreign ministers and 2 U.S. politicians. That's according to NBC News, which said the AI impersonator reached out to the ministers, a governor, and a member of Congress in mid-June through the Signal app. And the days of taking off your shoes to go through security are over. Well, at least that's
Damn,
what
I got out too
a
early.
source tells NBC News the TSA will now allow passengers at select airports to keep their footwear on. The source also said the change could expand nationwide very soon, Carl.
Anything to make flying
Over long again at 55.
Orders submitted. When we come back, companies with gig economy workers like Uber and Lyft could get a big boost from this new bill in Congress. We'll get some details after a quick break.
At Omaha Steaks, we do burgers differently. We take a premium aged steak like
Look at
this,
that. Yeah, you
turn it
restroom.
into a pure ground burger like this. So this is actually a ribeye. This is a New York strip, top sirloin, beef brisket, and this is a filet mignon. For a limited time, our Burger Perfection flight comes with 20 big juicy burgers for just $89.99. Right now, get 8 of our new smash burgers free with your order at omahasteaks.com/TV. This is Burger Perfection guaranteed.
Sheep Driver Challenge is back. Test your driver against PXG Blacktops. If you win a distance and dispersion, you take home $500. Book now at PXG.com. PXG, you've never played like this before.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name.
Well, I need
and steals your
53
hard-earned equity.
it's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Huh? I did? Let me check. No, I don't have everything. Everything's flat.
You should have home serve.
Don't scare me, dude. Okay. No, everything's flat.
Doesn't need to be a night. Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-844-893-9924. Visit homeserve.com.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
With gold and copper prices breaking
Let's see.
U.S. Gold
35 seconds, and we'll pick the winner.
To both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine, producing a gold and copper concentrate with only 12.5 million shares outstanding and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden...
So my biggest thing is I seek validation from other people, whether it's my friends or, posting stuff online. Like, what if I put myself out there and people don't like it? But I like it, though.
You just answered everything you just said. It's just that, inside, you're just like...
Let me pick the winner. Alright, good luck. Winner. No way. Allie? I think it's Cat Daddy. You finally won. Look at that. Good karma. I think that's Cat Daddy, right? I know Cat Daddy got more than 20 points. Let me see.
Welcome back. There's a new bill that could be a big win.
Yeah, he got 38 points. He's good.
Like DoorDash and Uber. Emily Wilkins has some details on that this morning. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Carl. Well, yeah, a trio of senators
Congrats, bud.
is now pushing for more leeway for companies like DoorDash, Uber, Lyft to be able to provide benefits for their gig workers. Now,
Write
DoorDash
his
and
name
Lyft, they've
down. What
already
is this?
launched some pilot programs in varying states to give their contractors these things called portable benefits. That will be contributing a fraction of a worker's earnings into a savings account, and that savings account can go towards things like healthcare, retirement, emergencies, basically whatever the independent contractor wants. Senator Bill Cassidy introduced a bill this week allowing companies to offer these independent contractors the portable benefits without making them full-time employees. Now, DoorDash's head of global public policy, Max Reddick, said that federal labor policy needs to be updated to account for gig workers.
Employment law, which was largely written decades and decades ago, actually does penalize companies like DoorDash that want to be responsive to a worker's need. And
I think
we
we're going
are
back to
actually
900
putting
again.
contractor status at
This
risk
market is weird.
if we provide
Yeah.
employee-like benefits to independent contractors.
A DoorDash pilot program in Pennsylvania found that a third of Dashers who got those portable benefits used it to take time off. Another 20% used the funds for emergencies. The studies found that Dashers who participated earned roughly about $400 in portable benefits over a year. Now, Senators Tim Scott and Rand Paul are also introducing a legislation to update labor laws around gig workers and provide for them to seek further health and retirement benefits. Now, while Cassidy's bill was just introduced this week, several states are moving bills to allow for these portable benefits, including Wisconsin, which passed a bill into law just last month. Groups like DoorDash are hoping for support from Democratic governors in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania is going to translate to giving the bill bipartisan support here in Congress.
No, you can't get points when the
Very
stream is
interesting
off.
stuff, Emily. Obviously, our labor force has changed in a number of ways, but gig workers, I should say, is one.
part of that in this year. Thanks so
Zoe.
much. And we're going to stick with this idea and talk about Uber. I mean, plenty to get to with our next guest. Gig worker legislation, but also the company's partnership with Waymo, competition from Tesla's robo-taxi. I mean, let's look at the stock here. You can see year to date up 59%, almost 60% down here slightly today. Joining us now with his outlook is Needham senior analyst Bernie McTernan. He has a buy rating on the stock, a price target of $100. I mean, Bernie, what's our sort of right now with laws or potential policies that could be impacting gig workers from these portable benefits, but also the changes to the way that their tips are taxed? Putting it all together, what does it mean for companies that rely on gig workers?
Yeah, ultimately, more supply that Uber and Lyft, DoorDash, Instacart, all these companies have access to. That's a better supply and demand on the platform. Ultimately, that's good for consumers as well too. So, I would say that both we've heard from Uber and Lyft that supply is in a pretty good state and has been now for.
I'm not done. I'm just waiting for a drop so I can long.
And so
I don't want to short right now.
Uber shares obviously have had a nice run year to date. There's been obviously so much discussion about autonomous vehicles and driving, Tesla's potential robo-taxi. I mean, when you're looking at the competition, potential competition as well, what do you make of the bull case for Uber going forward here? Obviously, you're increasing sort of your buy rating on the stock to a price target of 100, and it's at 96.12 already.
Yeah, no, and so look, it's still very early days, and that's why it's ironic starting the conversation talking about the existing driver supply now, because all the debates that we're having with investors in terms of what's that supply look like in the future with EVs, and it really comes down to who's the commodity. Is it the technology or is it the demand aggregator? And ultimately, how many different technology providers are there going to be? So right now, the focus is clearly on what's Waymo doing, what's Tesla doing, but there's a variety of other technology providers in the marketplace right now. There's Amazon, Zoox. We spent a lot of time 2 weeks ago with May Mobility, which they're launching with Lyft.
I'm trying to get TickTick, the new straight to funded plus. Trying to get some freebies, see if we can do a giveaway to help promote it.
In terms of AV tech providers, that ultimately that's the better it is for the demand aggregators, especially for those that aren't trying to vertically integrate. If that was small, then I think you could have those terminal value concerns like that popped up.
It's not me. I don't hear anything. It might be your computer.
Tesla robo-taxi day on October 10th, it really just fell down until reaching the mid-60s in February. And that's when the company basically released their AV strategy, which is having the ability to partner with other companies. And that's when you see that multiple.
Oh, it doesn't have consistency.
To where it's been on a 3-year average, which is about 20 times EBITDA. So right now, I think what investors are showing, given this run in Uber this year, is that they're getting more comfortable with them having an AV strategy. But I think the important thing to point out is it's still very early days, which is why it's so important to be talking about these issues at this point in time.
Bernie, was there anything in Austin from Tesla that made you think they would be able eventually to narrow the spread, the head start that Waymo has?
Yeah, I mean, look, it all comes down to what the cost of the vehicle is going to be. And if, right now, if Waymos are, $150,000, $200,000, that price has to come down. Certainly, there was a lot of headlines of, Tesla, whether, cars going too fast or going over the yellow line in the road. I think those headlines have certainly quieted down. So, we have to see how it scales. So I think Tesla launched in Austin with 10 to 20 vehicles. I mean, obviously that Elon wants to go to 1,000 plus over time just in Austin, I believe. So, we have to see how it scales and importantly, how everything needs to be safe still. So I think this will just be, we'll be waiting headline after headline, but certainly, it's been pretty quiet since launch, which I think is a positive.
Very interesting stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of factors that play when we're looking at here.
Keep the live wallet balance. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I can't wait for this TickTick freebies. So the straight to funded doesn't have any consistency. So you can just run it up and get paid. But 50% goes to the payout and 40 goes to a live wallet. So when you go live on TickTick, you can use it. But then no consistency is actually a big winner to me. I'm asking. He's writing it out for me. I gotta make a post later, but Love to try it out.
Hair journeys.
Fuck wisdom. No, I can't believe it did that to me. That's fucked up.
She gets her treatment at home.
Alright. Anybody but me. I've done nothing to nobody but help people. Fucked up. It's like, so he's calling you a deadbeat, doesn't pay? Basically.
You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Yeah, this market is just stupid. I don't even feel like playing anymore. Take my lunch money and go home.
Blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Yeah,
Call us today.
that's a chop zone. And then 2 o'clock is when now power hour.
Portfolio is $1 million or more. Call 1-800-759-4477.
The stock market is in chaos, and you need to take action now. My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better. And it's a recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026 as well. This research is based on the market cycle that helped me call the bear markets of 2018 and 2022 and the roaring bull markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
With gold and copper prices breaking all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces
I
of
think I'm gonna end the stream. It's kind of slow. Good luck, guys. Bye.